Hello, hello, hello. Wow, fixed my hair. Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? I'm going to give everybody a fair warning right now. I am very tired. My child decided to wake up at 4:30 this morning. Anyway, Will was here earlier and he put early gang, but it's disappeared. So if there's no evidence, it doesn't count, does it? So hello, Mike, and hello, Gary, because Mike would have been here and disappeared. Hello, Touch. Hello, Fee. Hello, Rick. Hello, Dan. Hello, Serpentine. How are you all doing? Pizza party is upcoming. I'm going to do like Paul and Riddler and do a premiere in the live chat. Okay, that's fine. Let me know. We'll share it. How are we doing, Jonas? If anyone hadn't seen, we had a very good chat on Odatria and Bits and Bobs, myself and Jonas, a couple of weeks ago. Check that one out. Hello, Serenity Dragons. Dan is here again. Who else haven't I seen? Riddler's here. Wow. I am skipping over these guys. I won't lie to you all. Because I'm very keen to get this podcast on the road, because you best believe we're talking about mangroves and your boy loves mangroves. So some housekeeping, as always. I need to click a comment to get rid of comments. Where we at? Shout out to the Bug Factory. If anyone wants quality live food, still very impressed with them. I haven't had any complaints as of yet. In the UK, check out the Bug Factory for all your live food wants. Use Paul-Monitor-5 at checkout for a discount, 5% discount on your first order of live food from those guys. And they're the cheapest that I found in the UK, as well as good quality. So check them out. Let them know that I sent you. Also, as well, they do sustainably mealworm growing pods. I don't use them. None of my stuff really eats mealworms. But if you've got leopard geckos, frogs, smaller bits and bobs, even kids, like my son loves doing the mealworm stuff. So if you've got kids that just like bugs, the mealworm pods are quite cool. And then shout out to the second sponsor of the podcast, you guys. So if anyone wants to support me that little bit more, thank you so much for joining me on Patreon. Everyone gets exactly the same rewards. I don't discriminate, no matter how much money you do or don't want to pay. I'm just grateful for it regardless. And you get entered into the private Discord where we can all chat about lizards. So thank you all very much, Patreon. I love every single one of you. I do need to get around to doing a mic stand. What? The lizard has gone from the mic stand. The lizard is back. I do need to get around to doing the live chat on the Patreon, which I will get around to doing. Any other final comments? No. Okay, perfect. Let me get rid of this. Let me add this. And then we're going to introduce this week's guest. So we have Mr. Scandinavian Goannas. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing warm. It's too warm here today. Yeah, ventilation has been going since like 10 a.m. It's nonstop.
What temperature do you normally like to keep your room, your reptile room?
The ventilation kicks on around 28, 29 degrees.
Oh, okay. So fairly hot then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What's an average day in Scandinavia, temperature-wise outside?
It depends. We often have only maybe 18 to 22.
Living it good, yeah. That's
we
nice.
We often have rainy days, cooler nights, so I can't keep anything outside at night.
No.
It's too cold. I would like to be.
We get too hot for like 4 weeks of the year, and then for the rest of the year it's either rain or cold. So pretty much similar.
I think so, yeah.
So if you just would like to just introduce yourself very quickly and a brief overview of the species you currently keep, because if we go through the species you've kept, which we'll get into, but I'm sure we'll be here all night just at the start, and then we can get into the quickfire questions.
Okay. Well, I've been keeping for a long time. I really started with reptiles about 92 with garter snakes. We always had turtles and tortoises at my parents' place since I was born, I think. Then my sister moved out and I kind of overtook her room. So that ended up at being a reptile room at my parents.
Nice.
But back then there was a lot of other species, not much monitors. Then I started getting monitors, and then a little bit. Then I got into the Fijis. Had a lot. And then Fijis and monitors until now.
I forget you keep the Fiji goannas as well.
Yeah, I'm down to 2 pairs only. I sold off 5 pairs.
Oh wow! I didn't realize you had that many. I know we'll get into it later on, but I know that you've had a lot of animals. Because like I said to you over voice note, I remember seeing a post a couple of years ago. But I'm not going to get into that now because I'm going to get carried away. So I won't get into that. I won't get into that now. We'll get into that in a minute. But yes, we will be talking on sand and desert monitors. Don't worry. But I am here for the mangroves. I'm not going to lie. Mr. Scandinavian goannas is trying to convince me to get Flavies, maybe in the future. But for right now, mangroves are going strong. Okay, so we'll get straight into the quickfire questions, and then we will just get straight into this podcast because I am really looking forward to this. I said to Fee, I was like, oh, I'm so tired, and she's like, yeah, but you're so looking forward to it. I'm not cancelling. I'm just worried I'm not going to be on my A game because I'm tired, and that's no one's fault but my own and my goddamn child. But anyway, start straight off. Quickfire questions.
Hey, you only had 1 child.
Yeah,
you can't complain. I have 4.
No, you're a better man than me already because I have 1 just on the weekends, may I add, and it's too much for me. Like I just can't do it. 4's too many, my friend.
Oh yeah.
Right. We'll speak about the scaly children. Snakes or lizards?
Lizards. I have had snakes in the past.
Not for you?
But that's a long time ago. It's, I think, must be 13 years ago since I had to sell them because of new laws here in Denmark. I used to have an albino pair of Burmese.
Okay, cool.
But they became illegal here together with a lot of other animals. So I had to sell them.
That sucks. That must have been pretty shit having to look at me swearing. Oh no, we're fine. We're past 5 minutes. It's fine, guys. That must have been pretty bad having to sell, like, because it's out of your control. That must have been pretty bad.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's happened a couple of times now.
Yeah, that's pretty. We're sort of maybe one day potentially. I don't want to wish it into existence. Maybe possibly one day here in the UK looking at something like that. But for now, we'll leave it at that because I don't want to jinx it. But yeah, that sucks. Money or time?
That's the tough one, you know. Because what is money without time? What is time without money?
A lot of people say this. A lot of people go with
time. It's a hard one.
Yeah.
I probably would, if I had to pick one, I would probably pick time.
Okay. Yeah.
Money I can always get.
Yeah, you can't.
I can't get my time back.
Yeah, exactly. It's a hard one. A lot of people get stumped on it because obviously we don't know when our time's going to end. But then also if you have, for example, I'm 28, almost 29. If someone just dumped a load of money on me, it wouldn't matter how much time I have left because I could make the most of that time because I have money. But then if I had time where I could just keep going and going and going and I know I had time, then I could potentially make the money. So it is a hard one, but I think a lot of people do sway towards time. Mentally strong or physically strong?
Mentally.
Good choice. Wild caught good, wild caught bad?
That one I think depends. It depends on the species, you know. But it's hard because sometimes, it can be good. But if it's done like incorrectly or, you know, when we see these like mass imports, I don't think it's good anymore.
No.
Like with savannas, you know, they export, I don't know, thousands out of Africa.
Yeah.
Then it's no good anymore.
Yeah. I completely 100% agree with that. Are you pro snake rack or are you no snake rack?
I'm probably no snake rack. I don't see the point. I want to see my animals. I don't want to have to open a drawer to see my animals.
Yeah.
I want to walk into my room full of lights, see the animals. And I don't keep snakes. I don't keep anything that can be in a rack system anyway. So
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of monitors in a rack, but definitely wouldn't recommend it.
I've seen that too.
Yeah.
Nile
Wouldn't
monitors.
I've seen mangroves in racks, so yeah. Poor little guys. I think I know the answer to this one, but considering you constantly want my Jobiensis, maybe not. Arid species or tropical species?
Probably arid. It's mainly what I keep. The tropicals was my mangroves, but I had to leave.
Yeah. I was gutted I couldn't get from you.
Yeah, but it was a hard choice. Either sell the mangroves or kind of give up on the Griseus.
Yeah. No,
that was kind of the choice I had.
Yeah.
And Griseus is special to me.
Yeah, we'll get into that on the downsizing, because I'm kind of in the same position where I have to kind of downsize for certain species to make the other species work to do them properly. But like you say, when we'll leave what we'll do is do the quickfire questions, because I feel like I'm going to go everywhere on this one, so I need to hone myself in. So we'll do the quickfire, then we'll go into different species. We'll do the Griseus, we'll do the Flavies, we'll do the indicus, and then we'll go from the indicus and we'll just go into like just ethics and crazy talk then, because otherwise I am going to go everywhere with this one, because I'm looking forward to this conversation, so I need to just reel myself in. So Fee has asked, narwhals, basically the whales with the thingy, because I think I'm pronouncing it wrong, narwhals, basically the unicorn whales. Okay, that's fine. I wanted to see if I was pronouncing it correctly. Or manatees.
Manatees. Definitely manatees for me.
There you go.
They're just like big fluffy toy bears, you know? You feel like you want to hug them when they're there eating salad.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
We have a zoo with them here in Denmark.
Oh, okay, cool.
I want to jump in, you know? When they come there, feed them, you can see their big fluffiness when they eat. You just want to jump into the water.
Oh. They are, I know what you mean. They're, some people call them like sea cows. So they're just like wobbling around, minding their own business. Big reptiles, small reptiles.
I don't know what you want to categorize mine as.
I would say
size.
Yeah, I would count them as small. Even though they are medium, I agree. But I would count them as small.
Yeah. If we count them as small, then I'm at small monitors.
Yeah.
I have had bigger ones in the past.
I want to get into the tricolors as well. Would you rather be Instagram famous or YouTube famous?
It must be Instagram for me, because I don't post anything on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm basically only social media I'm active at the moment is like Instagram. I barely post anything on Facebook or anywhere else.
Facebook's past it anyway. We don't need Facebook anymore. Instagram and, well, apparently this new social media which seems rubbish. But are we talking about now the Crocs? Pro Crocs or no Crocs?
That's a no Crocs for me.
Ah.
I never ever owned a pair.
We were going so well. No, we can't be friends anymore.
My wife has a pair, or had a pair, but I have never had a pair.
They're good. You need them, especially with the amount of lizards you have. You've been all these years and you've never had lizard shoes.
No. One day maybe.
What's your go-to, like, in the lizard room, in the reptile room, footwear of choice? What's your go-to?
I just have an old pair of sneakers, because I have to go outside to go in again. I can't directly enter my lizard room, so
I used to go the whole barefoot route, and and then my lizard tried to kill me, so I decided to put shoes on.
I would like to do that, but it's pretty cold in winter going outside.
Yeah, yeah. I don't blame you. If my building was, I would still rock the Crocs. I'm Croc gang till I die, but I don't blame you for that. Would you rather your reptiles be feisty or tame?
A little bit of both. I have had feisty. I had a nasty Panoptus at one time, big adult male.
Nice.
But if I have to pick one, then I would probably go with the more tame one.
I want my mangroves basically. Like I was talking, so I set a camera up in my young pair's Viv today, because since I put them in about 3 weeks ago, I've seen the male once and I haven't seen them since. So I was like, okay, are they alive? Like I see the odd bit of poo, the odd urate, the odd food's gone. I'm like, well, at least one of them is alive. So I set the camera up, and 3 days later, today, I finally catch both of them at the same time on the camera. So I'm like, okay, they're both alive. Yeah, okay, I lost my train of thought, but I'm back. And I messaged my friends about it today, and I was like, it's so annoying because I don't know if they're alive, but I want to leave them alone. I don't want to mess with them, blah, blah, blah. I would love a super social mangrove, but the reality is they're all just going to be arseholes forever, and I'm just going to have to love them for that. But hopefully one turns out nice, but probably not.
They can turn around. My male did.
I'm hoping.
My male
was... said that. I've been hopeful.
My male was doggy tame, you know. You could just walk into when they got the upgraded cage, it was like a walk-in cage. You could basically just walk in and give him a back scratch.
Yeah, that's why I kind of hoped would happen with Mango when I gave her this big enclosure, but she tried to kill one of my friends today, so I still think we're a long way from it. And he was like, "Oh, she's cool. She sat on a log." And my friend, these aren't lizard friends, and they were over today seeing me. And she was like, "Oh, she's like a pitcher," and like went to put his finger on the glass, and she just launched herself, mouth open. I was like, "Don't do that." And he was like, "Oh my god!" And I was like, "Yeah, don't do that. She's not very nice." Wild types or morphs?
Definitely wild types.
All day. And then the final question, which is a question suggested from yourself. Worst experience with crickets?
Oh, that's a long time ago. I used to have reptiles in a room next to my bedroom. I had like a few monitors. I had some geckos. So, of course, I used black field crickets.
Yep.
And, of course, one of the males escapes, get into the door frame in the bedroom, and then it just starts screaming. A single male of these black ones, it's so loud. Yeah. And every second I turn on lights, it will be silent. So I tried to spray it. Nope. It will be the next evening when I go to bed, turn on the light, it'll turn off the light, it will start again. It's like I almost ripped the door apart, you know. Then I was able to like somehow, I think we got some spray in where it was, because we couldn't figure out where it was. We could just hear it near the door, because every time light go on, it would be silent.
Yeah. I hate crickets.
But eventually, with a lot of bug spray, then it became silent.
Yeah,
that's probably the worst one. With
I think I said to you, I think I've said on here, but we had one. I had to physically cut a hole in the wall, like physically. Mm-hmm. So I got my box marker out, which is basically a single box for electrics, so I could at least patch it because we were only renting. So I cut this square hole in the wall, sprayed a load of like Raid in there, like bug killer, put a box back in the wall and screwed like a little blank plate on it, so no one knew I'd been in there. But this was like 3 o'clock in the morning. And Fee's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "This fucking cricket." So we got him in the end, but that didn't kill him. He came back with vengeance, I think with 2 of his mates about 3 days later. There's like 3 of them in different spots. And I was just like, he obviously rendezvoused a couple of his friends. But yeah, I hate crickets. I don't buy them anymore. Now, I might get them again when I have a reptile room not attached to my house, but the whole time they're attached to my house, no. Never again. Well, that's a lie.
I-
I got them recently to just feed the mangroves on the import in January, and we got one out, and it got in behind the door frame, like literally the tiniest gap, and it's always the males. Always the males. The females never get out.
Yeah.
It's always the males.
It always is. I don't
Not-
do crickets in general. I don't bother breeding them either.
No. And they're always labelled as silent, and they're never silent. Like, at least over here, we have the black field crickets, and then we have silent brown crickets. The brown crickets are never silent. Ever. I find myself becoming like, this is a bit extreme, but we're going to go with it because I'm just a very dark, humid person. But I find myself becoming a bit like Ted Bundy when I find the male cricket. I want to torture it. I'm like, I'm going to rip your wings off and I'm going to make you pay. I never do, by the way, everybody, just so we're clear. But I'll be honest, the thoughts do come into my head. But I tend to just smush them. And I'm like, never again. And then here we are getting crickets again. But thankfully, touch wood, haven't had any cricket problems for about 6 months now. Going strong. On that cheery note, let's get into some lizards. So, you're keeping currently Fiji banded, Griseus, which is the desert monitor, the Flavis, which is the sand monitor. You've got Akis, Gilleni, Tristis. Any other lizards I'm missing?
And Story.
Okay, Story. Okay, which
I have
are
one older pair.
I forget their common name.
I think they're just called stores monitors or something like that.
The stores monitors, for people that know, which are like King Gorum, like Gilleni, just a small Aki kind of looking lizard.
Yeah, but the spiny tail and everything.
Yeah, so they're like dwarf Akis, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rather than Gilleni and King Gorum that have normal monitor tails, the Story have the spiny tails. So out of all those eclectic species, currently, which is your favorite? The Griseus?
Definitely.
Yeah.
They have always been since I got my first group back in, that's probably 15 years ago. I got them from the UK.
Oh, okay.
I was looking for Prioritising back then.
Jesus.
And then a friend...
desert monitors.
Yeah, a friend from the UK gave me an offer on like 4, and then he said he had a friend that had a big male that I could get cheap if I wanted all 5. So I took all 5. The big one turned out to be a female.
Oh, nice. Are they the same animals that you have now, or are they different animals?
They're the parents of 3 of the ones I have now.
Okay. And did you breed the originals, and then the ones you have now are holdbacks, if you like?
Oh, babe, yeah. I bred them 2 times.
Oh, nice. Okay. When we were speaking about it, I didn't realize that you'd bred them back when. Sick. Oh, sick. Fair play. Congratulations. That's sick.
Yeah, but...
So what is it about the Griseus? Griseus? I'm going to say it Griseus. That's how I come from saying it. What is it about them that, for people that don't know, they're a pink monitor? Like, I'll bring up Instagram in a minute. I'll figure out how to bring
more
it up.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll bring a picture up in a second for everybody. But they're a pink monitor, which I didn't realize they were that pink. Especially your male. Is it your male just out of shed with the bright pink neck?
Female is coming out of shed now. Okay. She will be also pink gray with black bands, like solid black, just like the male.
They are really...
The new female should end up the same.
I'm just going to find your Instagram now and bring it up. So what is it about them outside of the looks? What is it about them that makes them your favorite? Is it characteristics? Is it just the way that they act, or is it something different?
It's probably all of it. You know, they're so different from... I normally just keep like Australian or Indonesian I have kept, but they're just very different, you know? They also require... You can at least give them like real hibernation, not bermation like we normally do, but like a real hibernation.
That's pretty interesting. I don't know any other species that truly hibernate.
Me neither, but they really do, because it's like I put them into hibernation about start to mid of December, and I won't see them until temperatures go up again. It's like in the middle of March.
Yeah, that gen. Oh, here you go. This is the one. I said to Fee, I was like, it literally like looks almost like a pig, like in coloration. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ, my laptop. Yeah, no, they're
hard.
they're pretty mad. Like they also look. I can't think of any other word other than like mean. They look mean in the sense of like they look pretty cunning. They almost look raptor-esque more so than other species. I find.
Yeah, and when they threaten you, they're really like black inside their mouth. The back of their mouth is like solid black, and they will really open their mouth and hiss at you.
Okay, that's like some sort of snake species. That's pretty cool. Oh, I was thinking
but
about
now, yeah. 3 of them are like okay now, and the pair I have together right now, they're pretty chilled.
There was a
they're
video
not as mean that.
I was gonna say there's a video of you putting your hand out and showing that they weren't mean, wasn't there?
Somewhere, yeah. I can't remember where.
Yeah, I remember commenting asking if you'd been in a fight, and you said you'd been in a fight with a chainsaw.
Oh, no, that was just a normal saw.
Oh, okay, that makes it.
But I did lose it. I did lose the fight. I actually have a pretty nasty scar from it.
I can imagine it was a pretty nasty cut by the looks of the picture. I can't find it. I'll find it.
And I was asked to go to the hospital, but I never made it.
Did you super glue it? Old-fashioned style?
No, I just taped it. I just got my wife to tape it up.
Okay. Yeah, I had a saw through my leg, just a wood saw through my leg, and I put some kitchen roll on it and then wrapped a load of tape around it, and it was to the point where I was bleeding all over this client's house. My boss was like, "You need to go to the hospital." I was like, "Okay." And when I got there, it was almost like my body was like, "Oh, okay, we're safe now." And then I think through the loss of blood, I just got really lightheaded. I was like, "Oh, I do need help." So yeah, I do know this, but I'm gonna forget. What subspecies are your Griseus?
Mine are Griseus.
They're the smaller ones, yeah?
Yeah, they're only about like 90, maybe 100 centimeters.
Which is exciting.
Fully adults.
Yeah, so that's just a bit over 3 foot for people that are in this foot system. Yeah, which is a nice sized lizard. That's total length, yeah?
Yeah.
So that's not much.
Yeah, it is because... No, so you actually have a chance to give them a nice cage. You see, I had Panoptis many years ago, but Panoptis, the males, they get massive.
Yeah. So
it's like you need super sized cages.
Yeah. I generally don't know how people. So like for me, about 120 centimeters, 4 foot total length. That's enough. Like housing anything bigger than that becomes really hard, in my opinion anyway. So that's why I like the indicus, because some localities can push that 4-ish foot mark, but for the most part they're right around the 90 to 100 centimeters. Because I think your male indicus was quite big as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was almost 130.
Jesus Christ. Pray for Paul.
So that's about what?
Just over
4.5 foot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2 foot.
But at least he was super chill.
That's the main thing, because
I could walk into the cage. I ended up building them this big walk-in cage with a 400-liter pond with UVC filter and stuff like that. And you could just walk in there. You could hand feed him. You could give him a back scratch. You could check his limbs if you needed, stuff like that. He was pretty chill. But the female, she was shy, all the time I had her. She would only come out.
Come.
Yeah. She would only come out if she was pregnant. When she was gravid, she would be hanging on the walls, to release the pressure on her stomach, and she would be basking more. But other than that, maybe I would see her 10, 15 seconds every time I came there.
Do you find with the indicus then? I mean, we've switched from Griseus to indicus, so we'll go back to Griseus for everybody interested. But did you find with the indicus that you were putting in work? Because I believe you had them from babies. So did you find that you were putting in work early on, or did you just leave them to it? And as he got older, he became more bolder, and then the more he saw you, the more he just got accustomed to you.
So I think mine was maybe about 40 centimeters when I got them, roughly. And I basically left them alone, you know. First priority was to get them eating. They were like pain in the ass to get them to eat at first. They wouldn't eat any bugs at all. No grasshoppers, no roaches, no crickets. I could get them to like eat a bit of like pinky mice. But then we ended up going to the beach and catching crabs for them and like just chop them up roughly. Whole crabs, you know, chopped roughly, throw it in a dish, leave it there. Then you come back 2 hours later, the dish was clean.
Yeah, same as mine.
So they actually got started mainly on crabs.
Nice.
And then they just upgraded the cages slowly. I think I have only had the male out from the 6 years I had them. I maybe had him out 5 times.
Mm.
And he still became like super chill.
That gives me hope, because I think mine are still too young to be sure, but I think I have 2.4, including Mango. So I have 2 males from the juveniles I have and 3 females from the juvenile I have. So fingers crossed, at least 2 of mine turn out okay. But we'll have to wait and see on that. But on the Griseus, I'm going to butcher this, but I'm going to try and say it. Aren't Konzenkii the smallest of the subspecies? Because is it Caspian? This is the biggest one.
Caspius is the biggest. Caspius males can go to 150.
Yeah, that's a big lizard.
That's a very big mean lizard.
Yeah.
I actually can't remember if this one is smaller. I haven't really looked into it because I can't get it anyway. It's one of the species I will never be able to get.
Are they not in captivity?
No, it's the same with the 4th one. It's also not in captivity.
Okay, I'm just going to Google check it right now, because I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with the subspecies of Griseus. Okay, the maximum length is 84 centimeters total length for the Konzenkii, which is pretty small. 84 centimeters.
So it would be a little bit smaller than Griseus.
Yeah, they're
but not a lot because Griseus, 100 max. So 10-20 centimeters shorter. Nestovai, I can't remember the size of that one either. It's in the same genus as Griseus.
Yeah, I know there was 4, but I'll be honest, I don't know like enough about them.
No,
outside of just.
I also haven't really looked into them. I will never be able to keep them. So.
No, yeah. Outside of just knowing what they are, there's no point in, like you say, looking into them in depth. Do you find the males are bigger than females, like most species, or are they about the same size?
No, I have had females bigger than males.
Oh, okay.
The originals from the UK, the big massive one I got as a male that turned out female, was bigger than any other of the 4 I had. I had a small female, she was probably about 60, and then I had this massive female that was bigger than anyone else.
That's pretty interesting.
So they can get any size more or less, and they're bloody hard to sex.
Yeah, I remember seeing a post about the sexing of them. Do you find that they don't have any hemipenal bulges at all then, and no subtle nuances, no subtle differences? They're just pretty much, I just hope one day you lock and then you're a male, or is it that?
You can see a little in the tail sometimes, but sometimes I feel like the female I have almost looked like a male there as well, and the head shape is the same. But that one we know for a fact is female because there were mating, she just didn't lay. And with the other males, we had the fighting.
Yeah, that was cool actually. That's in the
That's-
thumbnail. The wrestling.
Yeah, she has laid one time at the former owner, but the eggs weren't good.
So, for people that don't know, these animals are Cites Appendix 1, which basically means that you have to have. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not great on this sort of stuff, but to my understanding, it basically means they need to be chipped and registered, and every single baby needs to be chipped and registered, and then have a correct paperwork to sell anywhere. So, no matter if your neighbor buys them or I buy them, they have to come with paperwork being Cites Appendix 1, yeah?
Yeah, but the rules are a little different. It's like complicated because they don't have the same rules in every country. See, here in Denmark, my Fiji iguanas, I don't need to chip them because my animals are less than 200 gram. If they're less than 200 gram in Denmark, the vet says it's not. They don't think it's responsible to start chipping them.
Yeah, makes sense.
So the wildlife office here says, okay, then from 200 and up, you need to chip them. Mine weren't chipped when I bought them.
Okay, I think I could be wrong, but I think if Matt's still here, Matt, please let me know. I think Fiji's here in the UK have to be chipped, but I could be wrong on that.
They are chipped, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, but that makes sense. We bought a tortoise, and because it was a baby, it wasn't chipped. It's a CITES animal. It's a oh god, testudo. Oh, I forget. Greek spurfied, but it has to be chipped, but only once it hits a certain size. So we'll wait until he gets older. Comes with paperwork, but just no chip. But then, so Cites 21, they again, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're endangered in the wild, aren't they?
I actually don't know. I've been told by a lot of people that the Griseus is not that uncommon, like in Turkey, Saudi Arabia. That they say they have a lot of them, but I think it has to do probably to do with the skin trade.
Oh,
A lot of them get killed for skin.
Okay. Okay. I imagine as well depends on subspecies because some might be a lot rarer than others.
Most likely, the Caspios is definitely pretty rare by now. There's some Russian scientists that has, I think they have 4. They just started a project a couple of months ago. They'll try to see if they can breed them.
Okay. That was going to be my next question. Is there anyone else that you could potentially trade with down the line? Not just anyone else working with that, but is there anyone else potentially working with them that you can potentially get new blood from? Are they like rocking horse shit as such?
I don't know of anybody that breeds them. I know there has been a few some years ago that claimed to have bred them, but like no pictures of babies coming out of the egg, no picture of eggs, just pictures of like animals so old that they start to get adult color.
Yeah.
So if they were really bred, I have my doubts. But if the person has pair, with papers, they get them in and they make fake paper. They get papers on smuggled animals anyway.
So you're
so I'm
working
pretty
with
much on all of them.
You're the only one.
I'm pretty alone on that breeding one for now, at least.
And was it 4 animals you have?
I have 4 now with the new one, yeah.
Yeah. And we're hoping 2.2.
They are 2.2 for sure.
Okay. And then, what's the plan then? Once you successfully breed them again, keep all the babies, and then just keep it alive and as diverse as you can.
I will probably keep the first babies because all of the ones I have now, the youngest is 10, and the others are 12.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
So if I get eggs from them, I will keep. Hopefully, I get eggs from both females with 2 different males, so I can keep 2 clutches.
Do you know a rough lifespan on them? Just roughly, because obviously it always varies, but.
Well, I think they can go over 20.
Oh, okay. So
even Odatria, I can get to like 20 easily.
Yeah. I remember you saying about your Tristis. Your Tristis is an old boy, isn't he?
My female Tristis is turning 19 next next month. Yeah.
That's crazy. I find that mad. Have you had her since forever?
No, I actually bought her as an adult.
Oh, okay. Still,
but I have had her for 8 years or something.
I'm digressing again, but I I really miss my Tristis. Tristis are very cool species.
They're nice, but once she's gone, and I don't want to breed them anymore.
No,
I have bred my share of Tristis.
Yeah, do you find them prolific like Ackies, or are they a bit more tricky?
They can be almost like Ackies, except the babies are the fastest I have ever seen.
Okay.
Tristis babies will outrun anything.
Jesus Christ.
I have had them run from one. I have had them run from one end to the other end of my room in less than 5 seconds.
Jesus Christ.
And that's a 5-meter long room.
Jesus Christ. You're making me want them again now. My peach throat, she is the fastest animal that I've ever worked with. She can go, honestly, like, I find the indicus types. I've had a young Tristis before, and it was lightning fast, but it wasn't a baby. It was 5-6 months old. And I raised it up to adult, well, sub-adult. But my peach throat, my Joviensis, I personally can't even fathom how fast she is, because she will go from the top corner of her viv. So she's roughly, how big is she roughly? Let me think in centimeters. She's probably 50 centimeters, maybe total length. Maybe she's only small at the moment. Maybe 60 at a push. But a lot of it's obviously tail. So head and body, she's only maybe this sort of big. So maybe 20 centimeters. And she's in a 6 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot enclosure. So 180 by 90 by 90. And she'll go from one bottom corner to the top, across, back, and to the same place before I've blinked. And I'm like, whoa, trying to shut the door because she can just get out. And she did. And I've got the video on my phone. I haven't posted it yet. But she was in the viv. I undone to spray. Normally she's okay. I obviously sprayed and I moved it too fast and she freaked. And she went from one side to the other, got out, and then got into my bathroom. And I was like, oh my God, she's going to go down the toilet and disappear. So I ran through my house, got into the bathroom. The only reason I managed to get her is because she like wedged herself up against, like, I don't think Fee knows this. So Fee, this is the first time you're finding out. Toad was in the toilet. But yeah, she managed to wedge herself like up behind the toilet, and I managed to grab her because she was. But that was like that, and I was like, "Oh my God, like she's too fast, like it's ridiculous." So Tristis just so excited me. I prefer, controversial opinion, everybody, but I prefer Tristis to Glauci to Kimberley's. I'll be honest, not in looks, but to keep, I prefer Tristis.
I would prefer them as well. The Glauci, they're just not my thing.
No, I'm finding
they have never been my thing.
Yeah, sorry, Jonas, but we're Team Tristis. But yeah, so just again on the Griseus then, because like I say, they're for people that don't know how sort of rare these things actually are. How long roughly were you spending trying to find your new edition female?
Well, the female actually didn't spend much time because I was just posting it. Then it's like a couple of months later, I got the offer for her.
Oh, okay.
But I have seen her for sale for quite a long time. So I was expecting a very, very high price.
Yeah.
And it might have been, I don't know the original price.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have to pay the original price because I think he just wanted to get her to somewhere where she could potentially lay eggs, you know.
Makes sense. It's just on that quick subject then. What do you think of people? Let's call it gatekeeping for the story, but what do you think of people? For example, let's just say me. Let's use me as an example, so we're not naming names. Before this import of the UK came into UK, there was only a couple of mangroves. What do you think of me or the other person involved, but we'll use me for the story, not selling or giving my mangrove to try and make sure we have diversified blood? Do you think that's the wrong decision, or do you think just let people do what people want to do?
It's a tough one because personally, I would like to do like a breeding with somebody if it's rare. If it's a rare species, then I would like to do some shared breeding. But it's hard sometimes. You can't force people to do it. I know it has happened a lot in the hobby where people have had like a super rare species. One has a male, one has a female. None of them want to give in. So it's a tough one.
Yeah. No, I agree. I've been trying to get the male for Mango, and it's no different. Like, I'm not gonna judge anybody for not giving me the animal because I wouldn't give Mango to them. So I'm not gonna be like, oh, you won't give me your animal, when I know for a fact I wouldn't give them my animal. But that's only for me. It's not for fame or anything. It's just I'm so attached. I'd probably be different with any other animal in my collection, but with my Mangrove Mango, she's going nowhere. She stays with me until she dies. Just because she's so special to me. So it's more than just, I would rather, this is so selfish on my part, and I'm fully aware of that, but I don't care. I would rather her die never being bred and live a long, happy, healthy life with me than have to put her in a box, ship her off somewhere, have her go through all that stress again just to potentially get some babies. Like, for me, see, Fee wants Mango to go because she hates Mango, but sadly Mango will be the last to go because she's my favorite. But yeah, with other species it could be different, but I see it a lot here with Pilberensis, actually, because Pilberensis here are so rare and the blood line is so bad, but people have just got a pair here, a pair there, a male here, a male there, and then if anyone does get babies, it's like, right, all the money in the world, rather than sort of swapping and getting new blood, everyone's just like money, 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 because they're a rare species. So that sort of stuff I don't agree with. But then again, like you say, I can't be judgmental because I wouldn't give my animal up to do the same thing.
Yeah, but I can be the same. No, I think we can all be like that. We all have animals that are really like special to us. It's the same with the Griseus, but also the Flavis. I would never give any of my adults away.
No,
never.
See, smooth transition into the Flavies now. So I've had a few people message me, and they're really excited to talk about the Flavies. And again, for people that don't know, just an introduction to Flavies. They're almost just a dwarf Argus, Panoptes, Argus, Aki sort of hybrid in the middle, and you're very taken back by them. You from our conversations that we have, you seem very, very in love with your Flavies. What is it about the Flavies that do it for you?
It's probably, like you say, they're much like the Panoptes. You know, I have had Panoptes. I bred Panoptes in the past. But again, Panoptes males reaching about 140, 150, and like without being fat, a Panoptes male can go to 4 kilo. I had a male that wasn't fat; he was 4.5 kilo.
That's a big.
So it's like you need these. Yeah, so you need massive amounts of space. I had a 4.5 meter long cage, and it wasn't big enough.
Yeah.
So the Flavies, my females are from probably 65 to 90, depending on which one of them. And the males are roughly 100. So you get the exact same as the Panoptes. They're exactly the same. They were tripod and everything that a Panoptes do. They have the same feeding response as Panoptes.
Are they a subspecies of Gouldai?
Depends on who you're talking. Because some people, they used to be at least, but some people say they have been like removed, so there aren't any Flavies anymore. I have been told that they are all Goldie now.
Okay.
But in the hobby, I think we will always call them Flavies.
Isn't it something, again, excuse my naivety, but isn't it something to do with the eye color? Isn't it like one has a red eye and one doesn't, or am I getting that wrong?
My males have very reddish eyes, but my females don't.
So one of us.
But I've been told. But I have been told by Australians that
Yeah.
the ones they call goldi is bigger than Flavies from the
Okay.
range that they live in.
Yeah. So
But
I'll be
again,
honest. I don't. No, go on, carry on.
if you check out Ricky Mack on YouTube, he catches quite a few of the Flavies, and they're not very big, and he still calls them Flavies as well.
I'm going to
But
find a picture of Flavies. Here we go. This is a Flavie right here. I think this could be the post. So basically, everybody, there you go. So when you listen to my podcast, if you've got Flavirufus even, and you can't get them to breed, then just stick on Paul's Monitor's podcast.
Oh
and
yeah,
one day I will own a baby from this male that loves my voice, and it only seems fitting. And I'll be like, I can like talk to them in the egg, and then they'll get accustomed to my voice. But they're a nice, very cryptic patterned lizard, aren't they?
yeah. And my females even have a gray pattern on the throats, like a really patterned throat. The males is more like little spots.
They're I'm gonna try and find a picture. They're a very, very cool. Oh wow, look at that, little babies. Oh, we found the Griseus fighting. We'll go to that because that's a cool picture. The red eyes. They're a stunning, because like you say, they're very much just a dwarf Panoptes.
They are.
And I imagine they're very spunky as well, aren't they?
They're definitely, if any monitor can have ADHD, it's them.
They're perfect. They're a match made in heaven for me. That's the Griseus fighting, everybody, for those interested. Cool behaviour. They think they're Gilleni.
Yeah, and the fun part with the Griseus is they will do this ritual combat. Outside breeding season, I can easily keep the males together if I want, no problem. They don't care. They can bask together, they can hide together, they can eat together. Outside breeding season, there is no problems. But they will do this combat when it's breeding.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it in any other species, or have you not kept two males together?
I haven't kept two males together in others.
Okay. Another little baby Flavie. See, I do like them. They're very cool. Maybe one day. I've heard
they're fun.
I've heard good things because, like you say, I think ADHD is probably a good way to explain them, because I've heard that they are almost on drugs all the time.
They're active almost constantly. I have even had them be out and be active like way off the lights, lights turn off. I come here and a couple of hours later, I have had some of them out looking around.
So what I'll ask then, how would you recommend them for example, a beginner? Would they make a good beginner entry-level monitor, or are they a bit more advanced?
The keeping is actually simple, If you give them the space and a heck of a lot of heat, they are like any other monitors to keep, but they have like food response like Panoptes, so I would probably not get it as a first monitor, mainly because of the feeding response.
Yeah, so if you can't,
I can have my males. I can have my males run out of the case almost like going after my fingers if they move. It's like they will bite first and lick later to see if it's food.
Oh man, to be fair, I'll be honest, I've never really looked at your page and looked at the Flavies. I've always looked at your Mangroves and your Griseus because I like the pink. But like look at that. Oh, that's a nice lizard.
That's my holdback. I'm hoping it's a male.
We'll swap it for the peach fruit.
I need a male. Not that one.
Okay. How many
I need this one.
I'm not swapping the peach anyway. We'll do a deal one day when I get babies. How many how many adult Flavies do you have?
I have right now I have 2.3.
And are they 1.1, 1.2, or how are they split?
No, I have 2 cages with 1.1 and 1 cage with a single female.
Oh, okay.
I have 1 female. She can live with males, but she can't live with females.
Oh, okay. She's one of those.
Oh yeah, she will attack the other females the second she sees them.
I had an Aki like that. She's I had to let her go. Like, she went to another home because she was great with the male, loved him. They were like, Fee referred to them as, so I had Mac, my big male, and then I had Sven, who he's with now, and they were like married couple. You know, they would live together happily. They'd do it every now and then, have some kids. Everyone was happy. Then I'd put Mac in with Bonnie, and they were like a little side piece, and they'd be in so like passionate and flames, and oh my god, and this, and then I'd put Mac back in with his wife, and he almost would look around and he'd be like, put me back in with Bonnie. But then when you put Bonnie and Sven together, they almost knew that they were both sleeping with the same man, so they would like try and kill each other. But it was always either way, there was just World War III. I tried several times, and I'm not a fan of monitors biting each other, not even just a little bit. So as soon as bite, that's it. I split them out. I don't let them settle their differences. I just split them out. And the route I'm going, which we'll get into in the podcast on downsizing, but one had to go, and I'd had Sven a lot longer, and she's more social, and my Akis are the only animals I have I can play with. So Bonnie sadly had to go. How do you find the Flavies? I was just reading comments. How do you find the Flavies once they're older and they realise you're not food? Are they quite social in the sense of coming over to you, or are they just happy to do their own thing?
They can be very social, but the food drive will always be there. They always come and check if it's food. You see, I was so stupid with the new cages I have built. They're very deep cages, so you kind of have to be inside the cage to take out the eggs. So yesterday I was literally sitting inside the cage with one of the females that had laid eggs, and she's just like watching me. They don't really care. They're not like shy or anything. She won't come. She won't come to me. It's the most clever one I have. If there is any weakness in any cage, she is the one that finds it.
Yeah.
I have had to pick her up inside my room quite a few times. She always finds a way out.
Right. I need to find
a
picture. Can't. This way. Okay, perfect. What we're going to do right now, live for everybody to witness. So we're going to share this. Fee, if you're still in chat, what do you think of this nice little lizard here? Do you think they're cool? Maybe we get one? We get a Flavie? They're very cool. They are very cool. I'm looking at it now going, that's stunning lizard.
They're awesome. They have so much color.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I'll be honest, I didn't realize. Yeah, I did not realize they were that cryptic and that colorful. I thought they were. I had in my head they were a bit more just tan, just washed out tan. But no, that's stunning. They do look like Akis, but they don't have the weird spiky tails. So that's perfect. That's perfect. It's not a no, so that's perfect. So,
I would take it as a yes.
There you go. One day we're gonna get Flavies here on Paul's Monitors. So with them then, do you use whole cage nesting? Are they serial diggers like Panoptes, or do they only dig when they want a microclimate or they want to lay?
Mine barely dig. You know, they actually only the time I see them digging is the females when it's time to lay eggs. They don't bother. I know with others they would be digging a lot, but mine, I never really see them digging.
Do you keep them quite humid?
They get sprayed. The cage gets sprayed once a day in summer. Just one time.
I find that with my Akis.
But I do keep...
No, go on, carry on. Sorry.
I do keep them warm. It's like the cages during the day in the warm end can easily be 35.
Okay, hot.
And they will still go basking at 35 degrees in the cage.
That's mad. For you Americans, that's like 101 degrees Fahrenheit, 100 degrees Fahrenheit, something like that.
Yeah, because if you look at like Gilleni's, if my Gilleni cage can also go to like 35, 37 in the top because it's so tall, then they will be in the top. The Gilleni's will really be all the way in the top if it's 37 degrees. They won't bask, but they will really just be up there in the top of the cage.
It's crazy. My room, so I've had to insulate the roof now, but so basically I've got an aircon unit in my room and the hose came out the back. So obviously it was just pumping hot air into my room. And I've got a little Wi-Fi thermometer on my phone and I check it every now and then. And I checked it and it read 40 degrees. I was like, what? And it had spiked in the space of about half an hour. So I was like, it spiked from like 32 to 40. I was like, what has happened? My aircon must have kicked off. So I drove home from work. The aircon was running. I was like, what's going on? And I realized the hose had come out and it was pumping hot air into the room. Anyway, the mangroves were like, oh my God, it's so hot. We're going to die. Even the ackies were a bit like, oh my God. The Gilleni, they were like, this is lovely. Like, whoa. They were just sat out, like basking. And the ambient of the room was like, at their side, was like 38 degrees. And they were just sat under the light, like, this is great. Like, this is amazing. It blew my mind. It was that moment I realized I worry a little too much about temperatures. I don't recommend it for everybody to keep your animals at that temperature all the time. But the Gilleni really seem to, like, when it's hot in my room, the Gilleni come alive. And I'm like, okay, I maybe need to crank you up a little bit more. So
the Gilleni's really love the high temps. Always been like that. I think one summer the hottest I have had inside the Gilleni cage was 37 in the top part.
Yeah, and for people wondering, I'm assuming this is just an ambient, obviously not your basking spot. This is just an ambient air temperature.
Yeah.
What
but
sort
now
of
they have it even bigger.
Yeah, your Gilleni enclosure is huge. Your Gilleni, I was just wondering what temperature you keep your Flavies, but how big is your Gilleni enclosure? Because it's massive. It's really, I'm inspired by it because I want to try and replicate it.
It's 90 centimeters wide, and then it's 125 deep, and 180 tall.
It's a 6 by 3.
So that would be like
6 tall, 3 wide. How deep did you say it was? Sorry.
That would be about 4 feet.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, that's massive. Yeah, that's massive. Like, because I'm planning on putting them in the next year. My Gilleni will be a trio. We'll be going in 150 tall, 120 wide, and 60 deep. I'm going to have a nowhere near as big as yours, but that's what mine are going to go in. They're going to go in 5 foot tall, 4 foot wide, 2 foot deep for my trio. And seeing yours makes me excited to get mine in that. And then when I move, hopefully I'll be able to go walk in for everybody. I want everyone to have a walk in. But yeah, that's your Gilleni enclosure is massive. We'll get into Gilleni in a sec because Serpentine's saying that he's got no reason not to get Gilleni because it's incredibly hot where he is. Mr. Fries' Reptiles is giving you I'm not going to click it because it might load me out, but giving you it's a massive enclosure for the Gilleni. But on the Flavies, what sort of basking temperature are you keeping those guys at?
They have around 55, I think.
It seems to be the sweet spot
55,
for a lot of
58.
species. Yeah. I find I keep most of my monitors around that 55 on a basking spot.
Yeah.
I find most of them tend to like the 55.
The Griseus can lay a long time under 55 if they want.
I can only
and then
imagine
there's
where
like
they come from.
Yeah, I have actually a coworker that comes from Iran, and he says like midday temperatures now it's not uncommon to have 56 degrees just out in the sun.
That's mad. It's a good question actually.
So
Before you dip freeze,
they get hot.
He gets Gouldeye locality here. Just before you dip freeze, just a quick question that was from earlier. Do you think Flavies and Gouldeye are the same species, subspecies that we have in the hobby, or do you think they're different? Just putting it out there, and I'll see you come back to comment. I was listening to a podcast about completely different but the same. They were about a guy that was herping in Morocco to find some Moroccan Uromastics, and the ambient of the temperature, just what they were walking around in, was 44 degrees. let alone how hot the rocks would have actually been. And they found a male Moroccan Uromastic out basking on the rocks when the ambient was 45 degrees. And it was just like, when you put that into consideration, like that's stupidly hot. Like that temperature, then the animal's hiding in a microclimate, fine. But the animal's out basking, like at probably like 70, 80 degrees. It's on surface temperature. It's ridiculous.
But it's the same with the Griseus in Iran and down there. You know, 57 during the day. You can easily find videos of them being out during the day.
That's crazy.
But they are a little different because they are only active when hungry.
Yeah.
It's like I can feed them and then they will go basking. Half an hour later, they'll go into their favorite hide and you will see their heads. And that's it. They won't come out super much. Then when they get hungry again, they will start coming out.
I just touched on this before Frizy has to disappear, but I've got an interesting comment to that. So Guldi start in the south of Australia and push east and west in the lower regions of the state up to Queensland. Flavs more inland, Northern Territory, sorry, bear with me, and then Western Australia. Flavies are a subspecies of Guldi. Okay, right, cleared it up. Yeah, so on that then, so the Griseus, they're out and about. They've been seen out and about in like stupidly hot temperatures. I'm gonna guess it's safe to say your enclosures are not 50 degrees everywhere.
No.
So I find that interesting because obviously they're only coming out if they want food, because you'd think they don't want to waste energy because it's so bloody hot. But if you even keep them in a cooler enclosure and they still don't come out unless they're looking for food, they've clearly just got this innate behavior that they've evolved to literally just be lazy until it comes to dinner time, which is very interesting, I think.
Yeah, but they will come out more in spring times after hibernation where it's not so warm yet. They'll be basking more. And then as summer comes, the cages get warmer. They will have their heads out and they will come out the second they see something edible move.
Yeah.
But they won't be like out all day. It's not like keeping Flavis, you know, Flavis are out and about constantly.
Yeah. Same as Aki's, to be fair. But yeah. How on that then, because like you say, they go down for hibernation. They go down for hibernation in the winter. They come out, they're fairly active in the spring. They slow down in the summer. I assume they ramp up a little bit more in the autumn to get ready to go down for the winter.
Yeah.
How important do you think cycling and seasonalities is for, well, reptiles as a general, but talking about monitors? How important do you think cycling and seasoning your monitors is?
Well, at least for the Griseus, I think it's important, especially if you want to try breeding. I have never seen any breeding activity back with my old group before I started hibernating them.
Do you put most of your stuff down for a winter or some sort of like brumation period? No.
Yeah, they get a little cooler temperatures, most of them. Of the monitors, I do. And then the Griseus have cages in the back where it actually allows the cages to be much colder than I would keep any of the other ones in winter. It is a little problematic because the Fiji's don't like temperatures under 18.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I forget, like I say, I forget you have those, but they're like one of your favorite species. But I just think, literally, I think of you and I go, he bred mangroves. That's just the first thing that comes into my head. One day, boys. So, do you think, outside of breeding, do you think it's beneficial for your animals? Because I'm going to winter my Akis properly for the first time this year. Do you think it's beneficial for your animals to give them that seasonality, or do you think for the most part, outside of trying to breed, do you think for the most part it won't? Because I'm basically, what I'm trying to say is I've been told it prolongs their life, makes them live longer if you give them seasons outside of breeding. Do you agree with that, or do you think it wouldn't make a difference?
I have always given them seasons. You know, if they have seasons in the wild, I'll give them seasons in captivity.
Yeah.
It's like, why not? It's the same as I don't keep my lights and heat on 24/7. I know others do with Akis and stuff. Also with babies, they would keep them on. I do not, because in the wild it would also not be like warm 24/7.
Yeah.
They might grow faster if you give them like a heat constantly, but I don't need my animals to grow faster.
No, I agree. Yeah. I think that nighttime drop in the regardless of the season, but that nighttime drop from the daytime temperatures is so important, I think. To slow the metabolism, to aid the digestion, you know, to give them a break.
Yeah.
So my room at right now, because it's summer, doesn't get much colder than 21, 22, and that's it. That's cold. It's normally around 24 because it's summer. But then in the winter, it drops right down to 16, and I'm just like, yep, we'll let them have it. So they have that range, you know. So they get really, really cold in the winter at night, and then the ambience are probably only like 24. Basking spots are pretty much always the same, but the ambience are probably only like 24 because the room's not very hot. We come into summer, the ambience are 28, 29. They drop down to like 23, 24. So they get all this range of motions and everywhere in between. And for me, it's a lot more natural. And my animals seem to be breeding like bloody rabbits. So whether that's just something I'm doing or whether that's something to do with the seasonality, I couldn't tell you because I don't know. But I haven't seen any detriment to it yet. So. Freezy has asked, 1, are your Flavies pure? He has seen a lot of cross with Argus and Galleye overseas. Are yours pure?
I can't tell for sure, but I have been told by Americans and stuff that they are probably the purest we have in the hobby, because the original animals that mine originates from got imported from the US about 22 years ago.
Okay.
And I don't think they really started crossing them that much back then. So I honestly don't know.
It's the same argument with Akis and Tristis as everything, though, isn't it, with Australian monitors? So it's
yeah,
sounds
but with
like
Tristis people say it a lot. A lot of people claim to have ointalis.
Yes.
But if you speak to somebody like Bernd Eidenmüller, he will tell you that they're not either. He will say most in the hobby are either hybrids or Tristis.
I agree. Yeah, Orientalis is it's almost like a Scalaris. It's a tiny framed monitor. Orientalis is very skinny, very small, skinny. Not that Tristis is fat, but Tristis is a big monitor for an Odatria, whereas Orientalis are, you know, the very small framed, almost like Pilbarensis, sort of small. At least to my knowledge, anyway. But yeah, and then he's asked, how big are your Flavy enclosures, or at least what would you recommend for someone looking to getting both? How big are yours, and how big would you recommend for me? I'm getting a Flavy. What, and you know I like big enclosures, so what would I stick it in?
I think mine's now I have 2 different sizes because I have them in 2 different areas here. The new ones, they're probably about 3 or 3.5 meter deep. Because I built them very deep because it was like nicer where they're built. So they're about 3 to 3.5 meter deep, and then about 150 wide, and then I think they're from 70 to 90 tall. It's like the uneven, the top of the top cage.
That's a big enclosure. What I really like about you is you're into your big enclosures.
I had it. You see, unlike others, I downgraded, and the same time as I downgraded, every time I sold lizards, that money went into expanding the room. So I ended up with fewer animals, but a much bigger room.
Yeah. That's so for people wondering, that's roughly around 11.5 foot. So there you go, Gary. Thank you very much for the super chat, my friend. So what's the max size for a Flavy? There is no such thing as a max size. So what I will say is if I was looking to buy just one Flavy off you and I just wanted a Flavy as a pet, what do you think the minimum? We don't like minimums here, but we're going to say it for the story. What would you say the minimum size enclosure is for a Flavy?
If you get a female, I would probably go for a 2.5 meters long cage and then about 120 deep and 90 tall.
Yep. So for you people wondering, that is, oh Jesus Christ. So 2.5 meters is so basically 8. It's an 8 by 4 by 3. 8 foot long, 4 foot deep, 3 foot tall for one female. And then roughly what you're thinking for a male.
The males, I would probably give them a bit taller, because it seems like if the cage is not like tall, they won't really tripod. So if you have one as a pet,
I didn't realize.
They tripod.
Oh my god, we definitely have to get one. That's sick.
I don't have pictures. I don't, because they don't do it very often. I can get the males to do it easily with food, you know.
Yeah.
But they do tripod.
So 8 by 4.
They're completely like a small panoptis.
That's, oh my god, you've sold me. Forget the mangroves, guys. We're getting out of mangroves. No, I'm gonna have to get them one day. Oh my god, I've seen a lot of my stuff tripods for food. It doesn't count. And I've seen Mango tripods, not upright like a meerkat, but like this is her normally. She like lifted her front legs off the floor, front arms, what you want to call them, and had a slight, and then fell down. So it doesn't count, but I saw it, so it counts. I didn't realize. Oh, that's sick. Oh my god, that's probably my highlight of the podcast. We haven't even spoke about mangroves really yet. That's the highlight. I didn't know they did that. I don't know why I didn't think that we would do that, but that's very cool. I'm sold.
They do it really like a panoptis. You know, the front legs are tucked into the body, and then the head will be like, so they will really like can look around.
That's sick. Spencer's also tripod. That's sick. I didn't know. Look at me lacking. Paul's monitor's a fraud. I didn't know. Oh, that's sick. Oh. Do you know what? This podcast, I thought Paul get a Spencer's. No, I'm not getting a Spencer's. They're ridiculous.
We can't get Spencer's.
I was going to say, do we have any in Europe? I don't think we do.
We used to have a lot in the UK.
Oh, okay.
But there seemed to be like a little problems. And then he sold them all to the US.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we'll leave that there, guys. I tell you what I want. I want, if I could possibly get them here one day. I doubt I could, but I want Spinolosus. That's what I want. I really like Spinolosus. I think they're incredible. Like, they are literally dinosaurs. They're like dwarf croc monitors with spiky necks and like mangrove types. So for me, have you ever seen in person Spinolosus?
No. Because we can import them legally to Europe.
Need to figure out how and get me some. I imagine it's not cheap. I'm gonna have to settle for Flavies for now. No, to be fair, I did like them before, but like no more than I would like, say, Tristis or Glauidii. They were, but now really looking at the pictures and talking to you about them, I've an 8 by 4 by 4. I would probably end up going bigger because it's me, and I haven't got space for them now, so it's a pipe dream. But the Flavies, I'm pretty sold on the sand monitors. They're sand goannas. They're pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we should talk about mangroves before I get too sold into this now. But how long have you been keeping Flavies for? Have you been keeping them long, or on and off, or just come into them?
No. I have had one Flavies, I think 15 years ago. I bought it in a pet store. They didn't know what it was. But that was just a single animal back then. Then I got them again. That's now 3 years ago. They were bred in 19, the females. Okay. They were sold to me like about 6 months old as 2 males and 1 female. one was born with a stumpy tail. That's why she got named Stumpy. So I got her like super cheap because it was a male with a stumpy tail. And then suddenly, they became big. Suddenly it started like digging a lot. So I was thinking it was like kind of weird, it's a male out of nowhere, it starts digging.
Mm.
So then it came out, it was all skinny. It was a clutch of like, I think 5 infertile eggs.
He's very
So it's like,
very
okay.
2023, that male then.
Yeah, so suddenly, okay, we have 2 females and a male. Then a week and a half later, the biggest one, the one we were 100% was a male, is 90 centimeters long. Starts digging.
Yeah. Oh god.
We find again 5 infertile eggs. So I was there, ended up with 3 females, 3 adult females and no males.
Nice.
A friend of mine he was trading. He got what was supposed to be a pair, but it turned out to be 2 males. But at that point, we thought I had 2 males and 1 female, so it's like pointless. What should we use 4 males for? So of course, we just sold his off, and then half a year later, we find out I have 3 females.
Always the way.
Yeah, I got one of those males back,
and they breed quite well for you.
This year, yeah. Last year I had 1 clutch from each of 2 of the females. So I had 2 clutches last year, 2 small clutches, 5 eggs each.
Is that
this year I did?
Go on.
This year I did some changes. It's warmer, it's more humid. I don't do feeding schedules, so they get fed whenever they have had time to digest. They have time to get hungry again. And they don't always get like a massive meal. Sometimes it's just cockroaches, grasshoppers.
Yeah.
Cockroaches I often use, just 20. Just pop them into that big cage and they'll spend like 4 hours looking for them. But I guess these changes this year definitely kicked them off. I have had clutches from 3 to 9 eggs.
Nice. Freezy's asking, so incubation, 125 to 165 days?
Last year, I ended up at 200 days.
Jesus Christ.
But that was at 28 degrees. 28 degrees. This year, I have some cooking at 29.5. I have some at 28.5. And I had some, I think, almost 30.
Be interesting.
I have a lot of incubators going right now.
Sounds like it, yeah. It'd be interesting to see the size difference, because all too often a lot of people say either 86 or 30 degrees for Australian species, boom, done. Some people say incubate cooler, take longer, bigger, stronger babies.
Yeah.
My incubator is set to 29.5, but it's not very efficient. So the bottom of my incubator is at 28 on the nose, and the top of my incubator is 28.5. So it works quite nicely if I want to pick, but if I want a lot of stuff at the same temperature, I can't. Because if I up it anymore, the top gets too hot, and if I move the probe. Anyway, long story short. So I'll be interested to see how the babies will actually compare, if they'll be bigger and stronger, or if there won't be much difference. That'd be quite an interesting little test, to be fair.
Yeah.
You find diet with them. You find them mainly insectivorous, or do you feed a bit of like rodent protein or chicks or anything like that with them?
I feed a lot, Sometimes they get chicks. They also get like mice here and there. They get quails. They get roaches. They get grasshoppers. That's like mainly what I feed the bigger ones.
Yeah, it's perfect timing. Salmonids are great hunters, and they actively search for food, dig up grubs, small lizards, scorpions, and even eat budgies and bird eggs out of trees. That's mad.
Yeah, I feed them quail eggs sometimes.
I'm sold. I think I want Flavies.
See, the Griseus is much more picky. The only insect I can get them to eat is grasshoppers. They won't touch cockroaches.
We were thinking about this the other day, obviously in message, weren't we? Because I was asking you like what they would be naturally eating, because where they're from must be so barren. And then obviously you were like, well, maybe gerbils, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I can imagine that. Because obviously I say obviously, I'm assuming, but I'm assuming in the wild that something that passes them, they're not going to be as opportunistic as, say, other monitors, because they don't really want to exert themselves if it's not food. So they're probably just used to having a certain type of food and be like, right, this is food, let's go for it. Again, I could be completely wrong on that, but from their behaviors, that's how I would assume they hunt, which is almost backwards for a monitor. So maybe I'm wrong.
Well, we won't really know, until we go there.
Yeah.
But I know from studies that have been done of them, they eat a lot of arthropods.
Okay.
And like rodents and birds. I don't think there is much like really like insects in these barren deserts.
No. At least not out in the daytime
But again, people also tend to keep them very dry. It's a desert species. So people think they should be kept like super dry. But if you go to like any, like, let's say Oman, it's a desert country. Yeah. I have a friend that has been there a couple of times, and he has told me he left his t-shirt outside on the chair at night because it was a desert. When he woke up next morning, he could really have the water drops running off his t-shirt.
Yeah.
So it had been super humid at night. It's kind of like what I try to do, but it's a little hard because I have to work night shifts. So I spray the Griseus before I go to work. Then they get some quick spray into the cage. Instead, the others, I often do it during the day. The Fidgis get 2 times. But the Griseus, I really try to do it at night.
Yeah, it makes sense. Serpentine is saying that the Kanzekii, they eat a lot of beetles, apparently. He's in India.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
But that one, I really have almost no knowledge about that subspecies. I have mainly focused on the Griseus.
Yeah, they, like you say, they're probably finding. Do you think they?
I can see if they're hunted, yeah.
No, if not by people, but as in, do you think do you think the Griseus, they almost like a twilight monitor? Do you think they come out at night when it's more humid, or do you think they hunker down when it's more humid?
I haven't seen mine out. I think that Kaufman, I can't remember because he was there in one of the countries. He had one. I can't remember if it was in a well or they found it out after dark. I remember he has a clip in one of his videos where he goes somewhere down in the Middle East where he has one.
I'll have to search for it and try and find it. Somewhere deep in the archives of YouTube.
Probably. It's quite a while ago he posted it. Yeah, I think it was before his Australia trip.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyone who's interested, the 26 people, like the video. If any of you can be bothered to find it, send it to me. So anything else you want to touch on before we get into the meat and bones? Obviously, the indicus. Anything else you want to touch on to do with like the Griseus or the Flavies? Or because like I say, a few people have messaged me, and I've seen a few people in chat have said now about how cool Flavies are. So I don't want people to go out and like buy Flavies for the sake of buying Flavies. So I feel like we should just put that out there. But is there anything else you want to touch on those two species before we sort of skip? I mean, we can come back, but before we like skip on, is there anything else you want to touch on?
No, I don't think. Unless anybody has something specific.
If there's any questions on Flavies, I've sort of been ignoring you guys, so I'm sorry. But if there's anything specifically on Flavies, or anything called Griseus, okay, what's the price roughly? Because Mike potentially wants one. Mike, we have gone into detail, and I've asked a few care questions for you to rewatch. But just roughly, I'm not necessarily asking what you sell for, but a rough ballpark figure, what Mike could roughly buy a Flavie for.
Well, here in Europe, I know they're about 800 euros.
Yeah, he's
in the US,
Portugal.
Yeah, well, he's in Europe, so they will be roughly around 800 euros.
There you go, Mike. Get saving. It's not a bad price. That's like 600 quid, £1. That's not bad. Obviously, then you have have imports and bits and bobs like that, but That's not a bad price for over here. I don't know if anyone in the UK, you might know better than me, considering I'm in the UK, I probably should know. But I don't think we have Flavies here.
I don't
Not
know
anymore,
anybody
at least.
keeping them.
I don't know if we do. Yeah, I don't think we do. There might be like maybe one somewhere, but I don't think anyone's working with them as such, which is a shame. Well, looks like I'm going to have to work with them. It's a hard weight to bear. But species I am working with. Now carry on. I'll get a clutch from you one day. If you've got your two groups, one day I'll get one clutch, a clutch from clutch. I'll keep saving, and then I can champion Flavies for the whole of the UK. Or just send me some, and we'll go 50-50 on the babies. But the species I am working with, mangrove monitors. Obviously, you had yours for 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years.
6 years.
6 years.
Yeah.
So just start from finish then. Start to finish. Just broad spectrum question. How did you find mangrove monitors as pets?
Well, the female was super shy. And the male was like super chill. So they're really like night and day. As a male, as a pet would be like okay, I think, because if you just give them the space, you see, I could walk in with my male. You could like almost like annoy him if you wanted. You could back scratch him. I could check his feet. I could lift up his back leg and check his back leg. I could check his tail. Everything. You could probably have scratched his chin, but I kind of like didn't take the risk.
No, it's not worth it. So then you've raised yours up from young babies, if I'm correct.
Yes, about 40 centimeters when I got
them. And then again, if I remember correctly, it was around 4 years old that they started to breed for you?
Yeah. Yeah, I got the first infertile eggs about 4 years old.
So my question, I'm trying to find a picture of the baby, but my question, so for example, obviously I have a female that's constantly regularly laying me eggs. So that's all good and well. That part, tick. How old do you think a male would have to be before the male was sexually mature? Because I'm assuming females are later.
Well, I don't know, because there was no like interest from the male until the female was about 4 years old.
Oh, okay, and he was just ready to go.
Yeah, he really didn't care about like breeding with her. But then when she got like about 4 years old, I started seeing like breeding behavior. And then came the first infertile clutch. Then I had a clutch that was fertile, but they did not hatch. And then I had 1 hatch, and then I had 2 hatch.
So these 4 clutches that you had, roughly, how far apart were they? Were they 2 a year? Were they every 90 to 100 days?
From the first to the second was probably around a year apart. They got moved into a different cage in the meantime, into the walk-in cage. That was part of my downsizing. You know, everybody was upgrading. And then she laid the first clutch that didn't hatch. They were fertile, but for some reason they didn't hatch. The shells was very thick. They took probably about 6 months from that before she laid again. And then about 3-4 months to the last clutch.
Yeah, so I'm seeing roughly 90 days, so 3 months roughly. But her last clutch, so from her, which is crazy because the clutch she just had was 7 eggs, and the clutch before was 6 eggs. So her biggest clutch ever was 6, which was that clutch, and then this clutch was 7. But they were only 62 days or 67 days apart. The clutch to clutch, not even eggs to cycle. I'll see you later, Freezy. Thank you for dropping in, my friend. Heading to work. Had another great episode. Thank you both. No worries, my friend. But yeah, so I had.
We have to hit him up. We have to hit him up. He invited us. He has invited us to Australia. We have to.
Well, don't worry, guys. When I make it YouTube famous, I'll bring all of us to Freezy's house, and we can play with his lizards. He's probably gone now. He's probably going, oh, fuck these bloody Europeans. But the rules are the rules. But yeah, I've seen 90 days. So Mango's had 7 clutches for me now since the start of last year. And she's pretty much every 90 days. And then the last clutch she just had was 67 days. And I think she is cycling again, just started. But if she has just started, this is the most off one she's had. Normally, I'm quite good at predicting it. Like every other clutch, I've been, yep, you're cycling. This one, but it's the first one in the new enclosure. So I'm still trying to learn it a little bit. But this would be 62 days, 60, 50. Yeah, so when she lays, it will be 62 days. So again, consistency, but we'll see. But what I'm wondering is if I, in your opinion, because I have a young male, definitely have a young male, in with a female right now, my pair, they're probably 55 centimeters. They're getting on. They're quite long. There's no size to them, but they're quite long. Yeah. So not ready yet, but let's just say end of next year, say. So roughly 2 years old. Do you think it's worth me taking that male out to try and put in with Mango when the male is around 2 to 3 years old? Or do you think it's better that I just leave the pair alone, do not touch them until the female is 100% gravid in 4 years' time, then I split them out while she lays? Or do you think I'd be okay to chop and change the male? Or what do you recommend?
I think you can probably try to put the male in with her for a little while, but you have to keep an eye on them because they can be nasty, super nasty when they don't know each other.
Yeah,
but I probably would not keep him away from the original female too long.
No,
just I don't know if it will happen, but just to avoid them start fighting when you put him back again. I have had mine separated because my female one time got super nest defensive. She would really chase the male around. So I removed him for, I think, 2-3 weeks. And then I put him back. They were fine again. No problems at all. So she definitely still remembers him because there wasn't any problems. They would just go basking together again like nothing has happened. But I don't know if they can go much longer before she starts being territorial about the cage.
Yeah, because my female, she's been alone for at least 3 years because she's been with me for 3 years. So never seen another mangrove, and I'm pretty sure she was alone prior to that. So she's definitely gonna, and she's also a bitch. Like, there's no point in getting her. She's a proper bitch. So I imagine when I introduce a male, what my plan is, whether I do it with this male or another male or what, but what my plan is when she's in fertilogenesis, because I'm quite good at seeing when she's in fertilogenesis, because I'm quite lucky she stays out and I know her really well. So I'm going to build like a mesh barrier, open my door for her, let her into the room, open the door for the male, let her into the room. So they're in just my reptile room together with a bit of mesh between. Just to see if she charges him, see if he, just to see if I get a bit of head bobbing, tongue flicking, before I just go, yep, she's in fertilogenesis, throw in the male. So I'm probably just going to do that first. But I didn't know whether I'd rather just wait and keep the pair together and just not risk it, because I'm worried about, like you say, I don't want him to be gone for longer than a couple of weeks. But then a couple of weeks is all I need to get a gravid female. So maybe I try it. I'll see at the time, but that's my biggest worry right now, is whether it's stupid to split the pair or not.
I don't think there would be any problems for shorter periods.
No, I think I might.
Like I said, with mine, there was no problems, They would just go on again, but it was only 2 weeks. Roughly 2 weeks he was away.
Yeah, I'm in no rush, because obviously I've got at least 2 years before the males, probably, well, at least until the end of next year, because then I would have had them for 2 years, which means they're over 2 years old. So I've got at least until the end of next year, until the males may be man enough. Might have to reach out to Kai and ask him what the youngest, because I think his male Jody's tried it 18 months or something like that. So I'll reach out to Kai when the time comes. But anyway, so as regards to the indicus, then did you notice doing anything that triggered a reproductive event, or did you just pretty much keep them how you'd think to keep them, and then they just bred by themselves, or did you have to really implement some work to get them to go?
The first 2 clutches, they just popped. I didn't do anything at all. I sprayed like normal. But the last 2, the good clutches, I did give them like a little colder, drier winter. And then in springtime, the cages get warm. I sprayed like a lot every single day. They got totally sprayed, and they got into this big walk-in cage. It had like a 400-liter pond with like gravel in the bottom. It has like a pump in it with like UVC filter. So you have constantly clean filled water. It kills the bacteria off, because it's like, I don't want to change 400 liters of water 2 times, 3 times a week.
Yeah.
And it actually stayed clean. The water. The male loved it. He would go to the water. He would be next to the pump so that the water would splash down on his back. He would lay there at least 1-2 times every week. He would lay there, and this water would just splash down on his back. It was like his little spa day, He would really like just lay there.
Yeah.
And then in winter, I would feed them like mainly like chicks and a bit of fish, and they would get like a mouse here and there and some chicken hearts. And then in springtime, water gets warmer here. I could start catching beach crabs. Mm-hmm. I would just get fresh crabs. I would just quickly boil them, not like super boiled, just to kill the crab quick, and like whatever could sit on the crabs.
Yeah.
And then I would feed them quite a lot of crab, because they totally loved it. But kind of funny, because I tried to buy like these smaller crabs from the Asian supermarket. They're like clean, so you can eat them. They had no interest. They didn't want them. I go to the beach, catch a beach crab. Yeah, I catch a beach crab. I crack it in half, so all this like gooey stuff comes out of it.
Yeah.
It would be like lizards on crack.
Huh. I've fed mine fresh crab that I've caught myself, but I've seen no difference in... I've never brought like Asian supermarket crab, but I've brought like crab like from a supermarket. I brought crab. I brought lobster. Mine don't seem fussy, but that's interesting. That is interesting.
But everything else in the crabs from the Asian supermarket, they would also eat like the fish, the shrimps. They would eat it all. They just didn't have interest in these little crabs.
That's yours were Saint Isabella Island.
At least what I've been told, yeah.
Yeah.
They should come from the northern part of the island.
Because your I'm going to add it to the stream again. These are your captive bred babies that you bred yourself.
Yeah.
They look very similar to... You remember that one I sent you with the pink throat?
Yeah.
They look very similar to that one when that one was a baby. I don't know. It's hard to know exactly, because this one's different to all my others. And obviously most mangroves tend to start out dark with yellow spots, so it's also hard to know until they start to get older. But we'll see as they grow, because I definitely have one that's different in comparison to the rest. But I think ours are from TT Pear Island, and where my female mango is from, I have no idea. How did you find the captive bred babies? Were they dickheads or were they all right?
They were super shy as well.
Yeah.
For the time I had them, they were shy. They wouldn't eat in front of me or anything. I'll just put in food. They will eat. When I'm not here, I'll come back an hour later. It really didn't take them long. As soon as it's quiet, I'm not there, they would probably go out, because half later the plate would be empty. But they did not eat when I was there. I was lucky to get a few pictures, because often it was like 10-20 seconds.
Yeah, I know that feeling all too well. Yeah, that's like mine. I generally don't see mine. It was really strange, and I imagine the same with you with the Griseus. But Like, I don't see my Kimberleys. I'm like, oh, I hate Kimberleys. I don't want anything to do with them. They're rubbish lizards. You know, I don't want them. And I don't see, I don't know, Timorensis. I used to have Timorensis. I don't see the Timors. No, don't like Timors. They're rubbish. I don't like them. I don't see them. Mangroves, I don't see them for weeks. And I'm like, yeah, it's fine. I don't care. And then I see one. I'm like, oh my God, I just love you so much. And then I see it for 10 seconds and it's gone. But then I'm like, oh my God, yeah. Because I was really, really worried that, because obviously I was so in love with mango, that when I got the nod that there was some coming in the country. So long story short, someone gave me a bit of a tip off that they were coming in. And then someone else gave me a tip off, and then someone else. And I had about 7 or 8 people in the know months before they came in were like, mangroves are coming, and I had no money. And I was like, why, God? Because I had no idea how much they would be. So I was working overtime and I was selling stuff, and I was like, I need to get money. And then I managed to get some, and I didn't need half the amount of money that I saved up. So I had a bit of spare money and mangroves, and I was a very happy man. And I was really worried that I would be like, oh, they're rubbish. It's just that I love my one. But I haven't been disappointed. Like, I never see them, but for me, mangrove monitors are definitely like my favorite species I've ever worked with. And even though they are terrible captives, I think they are, at least for now, like you say, maybe when the male, I have never had an adult male. So maybe when I have an adult male, I might change my opinion on being terrible captives. But for me, they're an incredible species. I don't know what it is about them, but I just love them so much.
I did like the mangroves, but again, downsizing, and then I was actually done downsizing. I kept the mangroves. Then a friend wrote to me. It's like, hey man, I'm getting divorced. I have these 3 Griseus. I'll give you for a very good friend price. And I was like, fuck it. I can't say no.
I should have kept the mangroves.
I have been looking for Griseus ever since I had my divorce. I had to sell everything. I had species. I was like, okay, I'll never get them again. I can't keep them. I can't afford it. Having a house, having a son, one salary. It's like you can't keep like 500 watt cages. You can't do it.
No, I know.
So I had to sell everything. I kept 1 pair of Fijis. That was it.
Yeah, I do know what you mean. Just on that quickly then. It's not the right way to word the question, but I'm going to word it this way. Do you regret massively downsizing to then get these couple of dream animals, or was it the right decision?
This time the downsize was for different reasons. Mm-hmm. I simply had too much. It's kind of like being an addict. When you suddenly have a lot of lizards and they are like breeding, you get almost addicted. You get like your little adrenaline rush every time you get eggs, and then you start holding them back because you want to breed more. See, I ended up with 7 pairs of Fiji goannas, and I think with the dwarf monitors, I ended up at 40 or something in total.
Jesus Christ.
And it was like, you end up at a point where you think a little smaller cage is okay, And then, because then you can squeeze one in next to it. And then it's suddenly, before you realize it, you're in over your head. And then you get all this negativity from the reptile community. All these people, you barely know who they are. They're like nobody. They're the first one to attack you like wild dogs. And it's like, it doesn't help anything. And then out of nowhere, he has no reason to like write to me or anything. But of all people in our reptile hobby, one guy that reached out to me was Tom Crutchfield. Of all people, And he told me like, it has happened to him as well. He said he has been in over his head with reptiles as well at one point, and he said, downsize. He told me it's the best thing he had ever done. Downsize, bigger cages. So it's like, I started thinking, Tom Crutchfield, of all people in this hobby, reached out to little me, nobody, and tell me
That's
like
mad.
this and this, and there was no negativity in anything he said.
Yeah.
He react like we all should actually learn to react to each other, when you disagree. And then I was like, okay, if Tom Crutchfield says you would be much happier if you downsize, I was like, okay, we have to start downsizing. I started, first was 12 monitor lizards going to Japan. I had Fiji iguanas going to the UK, in Germany, France. Suddenly I had them everywhere. So I ended up with, I had 2 pairs of Fiji banded. I had my 3 Gillenis, my 2 stoys. I have 3 red Ackies. And then I had the Mangroves and Flavis. That was it. And 2 Tristis. And then at that time, after I sold off these 12 lizards to Japan, I got my money. I started expanding my room instead. Used the money to expand the room. Then I had suddenly space for the walk-in cage for the mangroves. It was literally with a door in it. You could just step inside.
Yeah.
And suddenly you have much less. You have much lesser animals. And it was like, suddenly you stand there, you're looking around, there's not so much, but you have big cages. And suddenly you can actually go through all your animals in half an hour if you need to, instead of me being forced to spend like 1.5, 2 hours as a minimum.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you start to enjoy these animals because you have much more time with each animal.
I find for me right now, I'm at a weird spot. I think once you start to question, have I got too many? It's too late. You have got too many. I don't think I have too many. I think I have too many of the wrong ones. But I don't want more animals in the sense of like, I don't want to sell 1 to buy 2. I don't even want to sell 1 to buy 1, if I'm honest. But where I'm at right now is I want to do mangroves really, really well. And to do mangroves really, really well, that means I want to put them all in big enclosures like the one I've just built. To put them all in big enclosures like the one I just built means I need to sell animals. But then I don't want to sell animals. So then I'm at this place, this crossroad, this stalemate. And I'm like, one side of my brain's going, you don't need that many mangroves. There's not a market for them. You don't need to breed them. And then the counter argument to that is, but you love mangroves. And if you never bred them, it wouldn't matter because they're your favorite species. Okay, that's that problem squashed. But then to have all these mangroves, you're sacrificing other species. And then I get to the point where I go, well, I don't even need to breed. Like, I don't need to be a breeder. I can just be a pet keeper that maybe has eggs now and then as a byproduct of keeping animals well. And I think that's where I'm settling at the minute. But it's not easy to get there, is it?
No, it's super hard, because suddenly you're so used to this adrenaline rush, getting eggs, taking out eggs, hatching babies. But then after you have downsized, then you actually realize how much nicer it is. Like Tom said, it was the best thing he had ever done. And I can say it's the same for me, Now I have a handful of lizards left, I don't even want to breed the Fijis. I do everything I can for them not to lay eggs anymore. There's like enough in Europe already, I think I have had 1 clutch only this year.
Yeah.
But the Fijis are super easy. You want to breed Fijis, you just feed them high protein diets. They will like spit out eggs like there's no tomorrow, year round. Doesn't matter. Keep them like on
listening, like angry now.
It's probably the easiest iguana species to breed,
I've never kept an iguana, ever.
They shouldn't be kept humid because they will have problems with the tip of their noses if it's too humid. But spray them 2 times a day. Give them a good like protein-rich diet, not meat and stuff, of course.
Yeah.
And they'll just spit out eggs. I even one time had eggs I found out because suddenly I had a baby sitting on his mother's back. It hatched
Jesus
inside the
Christ.
cage.
That's sick.
But
Yeah.
now I have managed to get them to lay lesser. They're also Cites one, so I also need like Cites papers on each of them. There's a lot of breeders in Europe, so it's like,
Yeah, I've heard.
I don't need to breed them.
No, it's so like you say, with the time and how long it takes, like I got to the point, I've moved on a couple of animals. There's another animal leaving in a couple of weeks. Well, about 6 to 8 weeks. Another animal's leaving to go to a lady that I know quite well. I'm happy that it's going to her. And then all that's left then that I'm wanting to rehome will be my Savannah monitor, because I know it's going to take up a lot of space, a lot of time, a lot of resources. My biggest conundrum with the Savannah monitor is where does it go, because they're not exactly a desirable species, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But it's like you say, it's the time. Like I work full time, like 99% of us. I work full time, get home, I've got so much maintenance to do, so much water changes, so much, because I try my absolute utmost to change water every single day. The mangroves have ponds and small water bowls. The ponds get done minimum of once a week, and the small water bowls get done daily. And then that's my happy medium to try and make sure they've always got fresh water. But then time by you spray, time by you clean, time by you feed, I have no time to just enjoy and just sit and watch.
Yeah.
Like I posted a video yesterday of my mangrove, Mango. She was digging around this fern, and she was like pulling it down, and she was sniffing it, and she was rubbing her chin on it, and she was like running her face through it, and she was like walking around almost like a dog circling around this fern. And I was watching her for about 20-30 minutes, just watching her. I just sat down in the reptile room, which I hadn't done in so long. And I just sat down. I was like, I haven't really had 10 minutes to watch Mango in her new enclosure, because I've been so fucking busy. And there's always something. There's always someone to reply to. There's a YouTube video to get ready. There's an Instagram reel. Like, I don't know, life as a general, you know, boyfriend, dad, son, all that other stuff that comes with being an adult. You know, like this has got to be done. That's got to be done. Washing up, sweeping up. Anyway, hadn't had 10 minutes just to sit down. And I had a free hour. And I don't get them anymore, but I just sat in the reptile room and I watched Mango for the whole hour. And for half an hour of it, she was doing these behaviors that I've never seen before, like of a mangrove full stop, let alone my like soulmate of an animal. And I was like almost crying, just this beauty of this animal, like interacting in this new big enclosure with these new scents, this like exhibiting almost like play behavior, like pulling this fern down. And that for me was really the nail in the coffin. I was like, this is why I'm a keeper, just to watch an animal like interact like that and have these moments in time where I was like, this is a really cool behavior. Before I was just like, oh, quick run and gun, feed, spray, water change. And I couldn't enjoy them. And obviously as my time starts to free up outside, if touch wood, this does become my job, which is still going to be years away yet if it does. But if I do make it on YouTube and I can become a YouTuber, obviously I'll be home a lot more and I'll be able to potentially have a couple more animals because I've got a bit more time. But like you say, I think we get addicted to it, because the first thing I did, rightly or wrongly, when I heard mangroves coming in, I was like, right, I want 5. Like, do I need 6 mangroves? Probably not. But because I've got them now, I have this duty of care and I don't want to get rid of them. So all of a sudden now I need 6 big enclosures, and my room's it's not small, but it's not big. And like you say, I think people fall into this trap of the never-ending what's next. Like, let's get this. All this can make me money. All this looks really cool. For example, everyone's now going out and buying Flavies after you and I have just said they're the best lizard in the world. But it happens, doesn't it? It's very dangerous.
Yeah, we see it a lot, you know. We see it a lot with snake keepers. At least here, I've seen it a lot. You know, ball python keepers, they have the rack system because then they can have like maybe 100. But do you really like enjoy these 100 snakes? No. You'll have maybe like, let's say 80 different morphs and patterns and colors and shit. But you don't enjoy those snakes. You only see them when feeding, and then you see them when you put them together for breeding. Then we're back at the same. I have been there. Breeding. Only thing that runs in your head, that's your adrenaline kick. See, now I have much less. I have the big Gilleni cage. They got light upgrades like 2 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah, recently.
And
Yeah.
I can't install the new UV light without stepping into the cage. So I just open the door, I step into the cage, I start with the driller, taking out the old light, and here we have 3 Gillenis just coming out. They didn't care. They didn't care that I was there. One of them even went basking just next to my arm.
It's crazy.
Suddenly so much more joy. You know, you can almost interact with them. Even they're so tiny and you're so big.
I mean this in a very respectful way, but you said you started keeping in 92. So like with garter snakes and stuff. So you've been keeping for quick maths pool 31 years roughly?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was born in 94. So I'm 29 this year. Yeah, not to make you feel old, but my question is, where do you think we went wrong? Has it, because obviously I've only known reptile keeping for the last 10, 12 years. Where do you think, was it always buy as much as you can, have as much as you can, or was there a shift? Like, did the hobby change to all of a sudden get more and get more and get more, or was there a day where it was better, or has it always been pretty have as many animals as you can?
For me, it was better before the time of social media, before Facebook, you know. Back then, before Facebook, there was a Dutch guy. He had like a online forum for just monitor lizards. It's where I met David Kirshner for the first time.
Okay.
There, people really had respect for each other. If somebody fucked up, people would tell them. They wouldn't be like ditching you like they do on Facebook. Not at all. They would tell you. And then suddenly we have Facebook. Everybody, it's like Mike Tyson said, you know, social media got them way too confident ditching people and not get punched in the face for it. Yeah. Because you see it constantly on Facebook. It's constantly, you know. If you see somebody doing it wrong, I know we have probably all like been shits to other people, you know, in the past.
Definitely.
But it's like we also have to grow as people, you know. After this chat with Tom Crutchfield back then, you know, it's like I don't think I have like said anything negative or wrote anything negative to anybody, because it doesn't help. I have been attacked in the hobby, and it doesn't help. It only makes you, the person that attacks somebody, looks like an ass. And you don't get anything out of it except the people you attack. They will just look at you and say, fuck him, you know, he's an asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of you reaching out, if you reach out to them and say, I don't want to be disrespectful, but like this and this and this, if you do like this and this, it will probably be much better for the animals and for you. People will listen. They will start thinking, you know, okay, this guy, he doesn't attack me. He's like calmly telling me something. Maybe there's something about it.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. SWE Monitor Gilleni. Hello, Paul and Kenneth. So I had someone message me yesterday. I said to you off air, but I had someone message me yesterday, and they were like, "Hey, I got 2 Asian water monitors. Are they all good?" Like one of the back legs of one of them stopped working. Send me this video. They're Nile monitors. I was like, you know, they're Niles, and he's like, yeah. Anyway, glossed over it. I'll just keep the story short, but I said to him, I literally said, I was like, hey, do you mind if I'm honest? And he said, yes, please be. And I was polite, but I said, I'll be completely honest. Your setup really needs some work. I recommend you do this, this, and this because of this, this, and this. And he was like, oh, I didn't realize this, that, and the other. And then he respected me for being honest, but not being a dickhead, not being like, oh, you're fucking disgusting. I can't believe you've got animals in this condition, because it doesn't help the animals. It makes me look like a dickhead, makes him feel like shit, and the animals don't benefit. So no one wins. I don't know the outcome of the story, but I 100%, I went on I don't know if you saw or not, but I went on a bit of a crusade. I don't know how long ago now. It was this year, but anyway, mangrove monitors need dirt. I saw a Facebook post. I don't go on Facebook because Facebook is toxic. And holding our hands up accountable, I saw a post, and this guy set up a paludarium. all water. So it might have been an aquarium, but we'll call it a parallelarium for the mangroves. And I commented and I said, hey, and I put a really long thought out comment on what he can do to improve. And I was like, I started off by going, I'm not an expert, but I've seen this in my mangrove monitors. I've had success with getting regular eggs from a female. So I'm doing okay, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I put a long thought out comment of bigger enclosure, deeper soil, still have a water area, better lighting, this, that, and the other. And he just ignored the comment. Fine, that's fine. That was that. And then I can't really remember how it transpired, but my comment got more likes than the Facebook post. #ratio. And then he said that's how zoos do it. And then I replied and said, hey man, can you please reply or read my comment? And then we were going backwards and forwards, and he was like, I know what I'm doing. Zoos keep it this way, this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. And I'll be honest, I should have left it. But I just was like, oh, fuck this. And I was like, just, mate, you're keeping them like shit. Please fix it. And I shouldn't have done that, but I did. And then we went backwards and forwards arguing, and this is where mangrove monitors don't need dirt. And he was like, why don't you shove them up your ass? Why don't you shove your mangroves up your ass? I was like, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will film and shove my mangroves up my ass if you just give yours a little bit of dirt. And at that point, I was like, I just need to go. Like, I've had too much internet for today. And then I posted it on my Instagram story, and I was like, dickhead, this guy's a dickhead. And then I had a couple of people message me, and they were like, you're being a dickhead. And I was like, oh, fucking hell, I am. Thank you very much for like calling me on my shit. Because sometimes you need that. Sometimes your ego gets too big, and sometimes you do think you're the fucking man. I'm not the man. I had no right to do what I did. It is what it is. So I did make a post on my Instagram, a story again. I was like, look, I was a dickhead. I don't want to push this out. And now every podcast, and that was almost my Tom Crutchfield moment. Like, I realized I got too big for my boots. And I was like, well, now I'm pushing out what I don't want to push out. So I always voice on this podcast that story. And I always say, start with a really positive comment. Hey, I really love that you're super passionate about your new mangrove. Do you mind if I give you some tips? And start like that, because as soon as you go on the attack, these people aren't going to help the animals. So I think it is a great thing to talk about, because too many of us, myself included, have been dicks in the past, and it doesn't help anyone.
No. And, you know, it has happened to all of us. Nobody can say that they have never attacked somebody at some point in this hobby. You know, we have all done it. I have done it. We have all done it. We've also all been attacked. You see, like I told you earlier, a guy threatened to stab me because I told him Thai Park don't have Fiji banded iguanas.
Yes.
And of course, me being me, I of course asked him if he wants my address, because then he can show up. But they don't do.
No.
I got called a psychopath. I have been called a psychopath once, because you see a lot of people posting, at least with the iguanas, you know, also with green iguanas, they say they were fine, their iguanas, they was eating, next day's dead. They don't know why. I have had that happen to a Fiji banded female, and I bet you if you looked into it, 90% of these iguanas that drop off dead are females. They end up with something called yolk coelomitis. You know, they basically start forming the eggs without a shell. So the egg yolk leak into their abdomen. And they will act completely normal. They will eat everything like normal. The next day, boom, dead. I had that happen. And then with my background in like zookeeping education, you know, I dissected my iguana, of course, because I want to know why does this perfectly healthy iguana suddenly drop dead?
Yeah.
And it was yolk coelomitis. So I posted it because I see so many people saying they just dropped dead their iguanas. And then suddenly you're a psychopath because you dissected an animal to find out why. And they don't know me, they don't know my background or anything. And it's like, I bet it happens to Monitorolysis as well.
It's
nothing drops dead.
No, it's very
they
sad.
Don't just drop dead.
People the problem I find with people is normally we all have to go through this phase, but we all go through this phase of where we think we know everything when we actually know nothing, because we've been keeping like a leopard gecko for a week. So we're like, I know what I'm doing, right? Stand back. I've got a leopard gecko on reptile carpet. I'm the man. So I think we all go through that stage, and for the most part, you almost forget your humble beginnings. Like, some people say to me, like, wow, how did you build up a monitor collection like this? And I'm just like, I just have money. Not anymore. But like, that's all you need. You don't need experience. You don't need time. You don't need this. To do it all properly, you need all of that. But to build the collection, all you need is a bit of money. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Which is dangerous. That's dangerous, and it's irresponsible. And I say to people, I'm like, it's not something that was achieved overnight. It's not something. I wanted monitors for the best part of my entirety of my keeping. And a lot of people said to me, no, I can't get monitors. They're too hard. They're too this. They take too much time. And I went through a whole plethora of species until eventually I just decided to stop listening to everybody. And then I just kept monitors, and it's the happiest I've ever been with it. But I don't forget, because I'm quite a spiritual person. So I do like to think of like the full picture. But there's been times when my ego does take a hold. But you see some people that tend to be on a similar level or higher, and they think that you get these elitist keepers, and they think that they're the absolute best because they're very fortunate that they were born in an era where UVB is a standard for snakes, when they forget the background and the hardship that people, even myself, I remember my first ever snake was in a faunarium on a heat mat unstatted 15 years ago. So not even that long ago, really, in the grand scheme of it. But that was what the shop sold us, But people forget, and I don't know why people do it. I don't know why people do it, and I don't know the answer to fix it. But I just wish the reptile hobby had a little bit more compassion.
It would definitely help the hobby itself, because you see, the hobby, they're always fighting with each other. Somebody is always fighting somewhere, inside the hobby. Animal rights groups, they just sit and they just enjoy it every time, because it's just fuel for them every single time.
Yeah.
So it's like, it doesn't do anything any good if reptile keepers could learn to stand together, We would have a much bigger chance against getting our hobby suddenly it's illegal, more or less. See, now they want positive lists everywhere. We do have a negative list here in Denmark, and from what I know, they don't follow the European Parliament's wish for a positive list. They don't want it here, because they say we have had this negative list since, I think it's 2010. And they say there's been so few cases, it works so perfectly here. So they don't want to start changing it into a positive list that will cost the government I don't know how much money. But see, if we could learn to stand together, the reptile hobby would have a much harder punch against the animal rights groups.
Yeah, it's No, carry on, sorry.
The only thing we get out of a positive list will be a gigantic black market. That would be the only thing they get out of it. People want something, they will get something. 100%. See, it's the same. If people want a gun, they will go find somebody that can get them that gun.
Yep.
So it's like a positive list.
I'm anti-positive list, because where do you draw the line? I'm probably pro permitting for certain species. For example, I don't think, just because, going back to that money point, I don't think there's a couple of croc monitors for sale here at the moment. I don't think any Tom, Dick, or Harry should be able to go and buy a croc monitor just because they have money. I think that's ludicrous. But then I wouldn't put that same penalization onto a mangrove monitor, because they're different beasts. But where do you draw the line? So I'd rather there be no line and much better education. That's my opinion on it. I think we should stop mass importing species that just die and are kept badly. For example, Xanthomatogus, the Savannah boss monitors, Nile monitors. in the sense of just the monitor realm. I think we should stop mass importing those. I think we should try and find a select few passionate keepers, like someone like Dean Cheatham here in the UK, who's successfully captive bred, and oh god, what's her name? The lady in Sweden,
Linnea, I think.
Linnea, yes,
Yeah,
that's it,
Linnea,
Linnea, yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
yeah. So there's a couple of people, and the reality is to sustain a population of captive bred animals. Like, people don't need savannah monitors get told as best beginner monitor. They're not. They're terrible for beginners. They don't need to be done. And shops, I'm no expert, this is just my opinion, but shops should stop buying Nile monitors and selling them to anyone for 60 bloody pound. You should not sell a 6-foot demon lizard for 60 quid to anybody. If you do that as a shop, I'm sorry, I will die on my shield with that. You're a dickhead. If you're fully vetting that person and they're sensible, cool, sell them. I don't care. If you're selling it to anybody who just comes in with £60 selling them a Nile, no, stop it, right? That's me being hateful. We shouldn't be doing that. It's the wrong thing to do. But I don't see the logic in that. Same as reticulated python, like that's not so bad anymore. But 5 years ago, reticulated pythons were everywhere. You could pick up a reticulated python for 25 quid. And the hobby seems, at least in England, it seems they're still here, but it seems to leveled itself out a bit now. And we've sort of realized, okay, we don't need to be mass producing reticulated pythons. I think just education. I think by constantly pushing Bosk monitors don't make great pets, Nile monitors are terrible pets, make sure you do your research. Like, don't just go and buy a Mangrove monitor. I think that's the answer, but I think we're a long way from it, my friend. I think.
Most likely. But we have a negative list here. Of course, if people want, they will get, they can go to Sweden. We are not allowed to keep venomous snakes. We're not allowed to keep Burmese, retics, water monitors, Nile monitors. But of course, again, if people really want, they will get, no matter if you have negative lists, positive lists, make it all illegal, it won't stop.
No.
That's why it's so pointless having a positive list. You can see back in the day, the Fiji goannas, they were smuggled into Europe. Now we have managed to breed them at such a number, you would be a fool to take the risk of smuggling. It's like you can get a male Fiji banded iguanas €300. So nobody wants to smuggle them anymore. So you can say this also has it has a positive effect as well, that we're getting good at the captive breeding. We can stop completely. Of course, they can't be imported. But let's say with other species like mangroves, if we get good at breeding them, then we don't really need so much import from wild-caught animals anymore.
No, we shouldn't need to import any. With the amount of blood that's in the UK right now, if people are sensible, we should never have to import a mangrove monitor ever again. That won't be the case because currently right now I'm the only person. There's one other person, but not so much so as me, but he is trying. There's only 2 people in the UK, myself being one of them, that are generally trying to breed indicus. But like I've said, there's not a massive market for it. So 2 or 3 people is probably enough. And then if you want one, just suck it up and pay the price of captive bred. Stop supporting the wild caught, no matter what the species. Pay the asking price of the captive bred. It is that simple, and it's people go, oh well, let's just say, for example, mangroves right now in the UK, they're between £200 and £300. I wouldn't let a baby go for less than 600, double the price of the wild caught. People don't realize the work and effort and time and tears and blood that I've put into allergic reactions to bites that I've put into getting these babies. So don't, if you're not interested, then it's one of those things. It's just a quick question as well. I forgot what it's called because I'm never going to pronounce it, but the yolk thing with the Fijis, is that condition
coelomitis?
Yolk coelomitis. I struggle speaking just hello, how are you? So we'll leave that to you. Is this condition caused by a lack of calcium, or is the cause unknown?
Well, according to San Diego Zoo, they lost 9 out of 21 females to yolk coelomitis. They say they don't know why. They really don't know. I know my animals had enough calcium. I don't use like these reptile calcium products, so I know they had definitely the calcium they should have.
Do you think
So
it's something to do with inbreeding? Are they highly
No,
inbred feces
no.
there? Are they all right?
No, the ones the San Diego Zoo had was not inbred,
Oh.
but they lost 9 out of 21. See, it could have been interesting to see if these green iguanas that drops that, if it was the same. If it really was yolk coelomitis. But we won't know. I really don't know why it happens. I have only had it happen one time with one female.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I'm not even going to try and pretend that I can have a guess. My only guess would have been, like I say, inbreeding potentially. But if that's not the case, then that's you're stabbing in the dark with me. Problem is with reptiles, though, when they're ill, you just don't know. Like sometimes you can catch it, sometimes, boop, gone.
They're good at hiding it. You know, they are so good at hiding it. But you can see with this yolk coelomitis, it actually spreads into their abdomen, but they will still eat like normally. They will still go eat. They just look a little chubby, like maybe they're being pregnant, you know? And then suddenly, one day to another, boom, it will just lay dead on the bottom. So there's really like no symptoms at all. But last I heard, San Diego Zoo didn't know either why it happened.
And they've got, I imagine, they're going to have a lot of resources to look into why as well.
They definitely have more than me.
Yeah, I'm probably only just by a little bit though.
Yeah, of course.
What it probably
so
is,
rich, you know.
Honestly, you're not gonna like this, but what it probably is, they probably have Crocs, and you don't want to wear Crocs. So, if you just had Crocs, we'd be fine.
I hardly doubt it. You haven't seen my work sneakers. They will beat your Crocs any day.
Yeah,
they even have holes.
So I can like this, chill out. When I'm ready for war, boom, sports mode, and we're ready to go.
I'm
dealing with Mango, sports. I'll stop it there. The way I see it is that the CV indicus, if you can't afford to pay 600, you can't afford to set up an upkeeper one. Oh no, it's true, but people, myself included, we all like bidding people down on animals, let's be honest. And I don't know why we do that, but I'm not going to sit here on a high horse because I do that. Unless I think I've talked about this a million times, but I think it's you have in your head what you're willing to pay for an animal, not necessarily what the animal's worth. You have what you're willing to pay. And if you're willing to pay, for example, 600, you go, yeah, cool. But if you're only willing to pay 550, you go, oh, would you take 550? Do you personally find, obviously you've sold animals, bred animals, do you find it personally insulting when people bid you down, or do you just understand that's human nature?
It depends, you know. It's okay if I have something, let's say I sell it for €1,000, somebody offers 950 or 900. I don't mind, you know. But if I sell something at like €1,000 and somebody comes and say, I'll pay you €400, I'm like, come on.
Yeah, you're a dickhead.
That's less than 50%, you know. And it's like, you know, they won't get those animals for like €400 anywhere.
Yeah.
But I haven't really had lately. I haven't had much, but I haven't had many people like trying to negotiate lately. They just pay.
That's good because I have a few. I had my Ackies are pretty much cheap anyway. Like pretty cheap anyway. I had someone message me once, and I think they were only up for £100 maybe. And anyone obviously that's kept Ackies knows that they're going to cost you a lot more than £100 in the first 6 months just to feed them. But anyway, they messaged me and they were like, they didn't even comment on the price, and they were messaging me asking all these questions back and forwards, this, and I was like, oh wow, these seem like really genuine people, and this is what makes it stand out so much, because they messaged me loads and they were like, oh, I've got this size set up in this basking spot, and I've got this UVI, and I'm doing this and I'm doing that, and like blah blah blah. I was like, oh wow, like, my Aki's gonna go to a great home. And again, I'm not really in it for the money, and I was just like, oh, wouldn't mind. I generally even remembered, I'm not even making this up, I generally think about, I wouldn't mind letting this go cheaper. Like they're a great home. It's just about great homes for me. I don't care about the money. And they're like, oh, when can we pick up? I said, oh, we can do whatever date. And they were like, yep, that's fine. And then 2 or 3 days before collection date, I was like, oh, you're going to pay cash on collection, or did you want to do a bank transfer? And they were like, what? And I was like, did you want to pay on cash on collection, or did you want to do a bank transfer? And they were like, oh, I thought we were just picking it up. And I was like, what? And they were like, I thought you were giving it to us. And I was like, where did you get this from? And they were like, oh, your message. I was like, what message? And then they screenshot my message and sent it back to me. And I went, I'm sure you're going to give it a good home, or whatever I said. And I was like, that's me just saying you sound like a good home, not that I'm giving it to you. And it just really like took me back. I probably would have given it to them because they seemed so genuine, but the fact, I don't know, it was so weird. And I was like, I'm really sorry. And they're like, oh, well, we can't afford £100. And I'm like, what? What? And anyway, yeah, people are crazy. I just couldn't believe it because they got through all these messages knowing they couldn't afford £100. And then me ending the conversation with like, you're going to give it a good home, or whatever it was. But yeah, people are crazy. And I'm hatching, hopefully, fingers crossed, they hatching Gilleni for the first time in September. They should hatch. And I'm looking forward to all the people trying to haggle me on the Gilleni. So it's going to be a bit of a nightmare.
If you're lucky, I can beat you. If you're very lucky, I can beat you on that one. I think mine will hatch sometime in August.
Okay. Well, everyone in Europe, they can buy yours. People in the UK, it's a bit of a nightmare now that Brexit's happened. Because if it hadn't happened, I'd be like, yeah, cool, let's swap some babies.
Yeah.
Because I'm just in it for the bloodline. But yeah, I'm kind of glad that I'm making friends in Europe, because when the day eventually comes, I wouldn't want to be a stranger to people, because at least having people to be leaning on, going, oh, is this person legitimate, or is this person legitimate? Because it's a very scary landscape now, having to like pay for stuff up front, getting import, export. As someone who's personally never done Cites, I am kind of dreading it, to be honest, when the day eventually comes.
But you don't only need to do the Cites on the Cites 1, yeah?
We have to get monitors here, we have to have Cites even on Appendix 2. Sadly.
Yeah, but that's just the import, yeah?
Yeah, so we need
because
import Cites. Yeah. Not Cites like paperwork. Yeah. Just import Cites. Yeah.
But I can see when Mike wants a Flavi, we have to add a 20% at least on the price. He wants to negotiate.
Okay, I haven't seen.
So we'll just add a 20%, so then he can get 20% off.
Okay, that's fine. I haven't seen, but yeah. I've sort of lost on chat. But yeah, you need import Cites, and then you need export papers. I need import papers, I think. And then obviously the cost.
Yeah, but at least for me, it's the export papers are no problem. I was told by my friend that they can't deny me export papers on the Flavis anymore because they have okayed it that I can export Flavis. And then there is, I guess, some rule that says they are not allowed to deny further exports of the same one. At least here in Denmark.
Yeah, I'll be completely honest, I have no idea. I've never looked into it. It is what it is. It's always one of those things, and talk's cheap. But my big plan, like 2020, 2021, I was like, yeah, I'm going to get over to Europe. I'm going to pick up some mangroves. Like, this is going to be great. I'm going to get some cool species, go to Ham, go to Houghton. No, we can't say it because I get demonetized. But that virus that swept the world, no. Brexit, probably got demonetized for that, but I don't care. Like, I'm like, oh, no monitors for Paul then. Like, that's that. And then it's been 2 or 3 years later, and it still hasn't sorted itself out. So, God knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, it will probably always be like that, or at least for a long time to come. But I don't think, at least with export papers, I don't think they're problem. I know a friend of mine, we won't name him, but he lives in the UK.
Okay.
He didn't have problems getting import papers on some rare iguana species.
Okay.
They were capture bred in Europe, and there are Cites as one, but there wasn't any problems getting the import papers either.
Okay.
So it's time consuming. Of course, you have to wait for the papers, and you have to like fill out and stuff. But I don't think it's like complicated to do.
When I eventually end up getting some Flavies off you, we can figure it out together.
Well, my part is easy because I know how.
Oh yeah, I don't. So I got to be ringing environmental agency and be like, how do I bring lizards into the country? So yeah, but for me, I'm sure it's not hard, but it's just one of those things because I've never done it. I'm like, oh my god, it's probably so difficult. I'll probably do it and go, oh, that wasn't too bad. A bit of back and forwards, but it wasn't too bad. But I've never done it, so
I don't think it is. I don't think it's like super complicated.
No,
my friend definitely said it wasn't for him in the UK.
No, someone I know
it wasn't so hard
at the moment, and it seems easy.
Yeah, it's just like a time consuming because I think they're not like the quickest.
No.
So you have to do it in good time.
Yes. 6 to 8 weeks on average, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to be like...
I think it's the same here, about 4 weeks. I think it's about 4 weeks for export CITES. But now they have all the new system here. Everything is online. You don't fill out anything and send in anymore. So I was actually surprised with the Griseus papers when I changed them. My wife suddenly became a vet, but that was how it is to live with a reptile keeper, yeah?
Yeah.
She brags that she was like a nurse and she was good at this with needles, so I needed to chip free like Griseus. I gave her the microchips. Now you have to show.
Oh, away you go, yeah.
So she
walk the walk.
Yeah, she actually microchipped them. She did microchip them. Because of course the former owner didn't microchip them as they were supposed to be done.
Yeah.
But it was no problem because now we actually register at our wildlife office with our CPR numbers. So they know me. You know, I have to log in to the site now. So it took, I think, 5 days. I actually had my new CITES on the Griseus.
That's not bad.
So it was okay.
Nice. Yeah, that's a quick turnaround.
I was also surprised that it was that quick because I had to send the original with mail to them. Because of course they want the original paper CITES before they will give me new ones.
yeah. Make sure, yeah. You're not just making it up.
So only 5 days. 5 days.
I've heard, I don't know how true it is, but I've heard that I wouldn't be able to get CITES on my F1 mangroves. They have to be at least F2. Don't know how true that is, though.
That I don't know. Yeah. I have never had to get CITES on them. I only done export CITES on CITES 2.
Saying that, thinking about it, I might not need to because, like you said, they're only 2, and if I'm getting export CITES, but I don't know. I guess I'll find out if anyone in Europe wants my mangroves in a couple of years. Well, I say a couple of years. You're probably looking at 10 years' time for me to get F2s, but and the first lot I hatch, you best believe I'm keeping. So there won't be any for sale for a while until I run out of space. And also, Reese, on the Gilleni, have slipped into my DMs. I'm pretty sure she already has and told me that she wants some that I need to message her. But I've had like 7 or 8 people message me about them. 2 clutches cooking, 3 clutches on the way. That's actually great transition. Gilleni nest boxes. Everyone listening, give your Gilleni arboreal nest boxes because they use them. This man here taught me. Did you say to me, or did I can't remember if I saw that you put a post about it and then I messaged you about it. I can't remember, but either way, you use a boreal nest box for your Gilleni, and it seems to work really well. What do you have?
Yeah,
A tub, or a bucket, or a cork tube?
it's like a bucket. It's not. It's like I think it's like 20 centimeters wide and 25 by 15, and then I think 35 deep.
Okay, yeah, similar size to
It's
mine.
the one I use in the new cage. The other one they had.
No, go on.
I think the one in the old cage was a little more shallow way than the one they have now, but it works still. It was the same. Now I've done it in 2 different cages, and they really prefer it. They have a super big nest area, and the new cage is like 80 kilos of sand.
Jesus
they can lay eggs
Christ.
in the bottom. They don't touch it.
That's mad. Mine don't have 80 kilos of sand, but mine have probably 10 kilos of sand, low level, that they can lay in. So the first female went straight to the arboreal nest box. So I remember seeing the female locked up with the male, and I was like, okay, yeah, had the low level nest box, because if you're keeping monitors together, regardless of how old, make sure you have a nest box, because what's the word? Egg binding, not egg binding. Basically, females holding in the eggs. There's a word for it, but I'm forgetting. But the females holding in the eggs is the biggest killer of female varanids. So make sure you have a nest box that's heated. Anyway, I had the low-level nest box, and then I saw you either posted or we were speaking about it, and you were saying about arboreal nest boxes for Gilleni. So I was like, I'm going to add one, and I had just a pot. It was actually a predatory mite pot. So I was like, that would do. I drilled 2 little holes in it, like a 35mm holes, 2 tiny little holes, one on the top, one on the side. And 10 days later, the female was in there digging around. None of them really bothered. One of them checked it out, which wasn't the female. But anyway, female went in there, dug around, came out 2 days later, eggs nested perfectly. Video on YouTube, probably on Wednesday. And then the next female, she went in 4 or 5 days later, dug around for 2 or 3 days, obviously couldn't find a happy spot, went down low level, and then started digging and buried her eggs literally like an inch shallow. And then the third female, who's due to lay any day, she's been in and out of that nest box 3 or 4 times now. And she's really stressing me out, because she should have laid based on the other 2. She should have laid by now, but she's digging and not digging, and coming in, coming out, not eating. So she's ready to lay, but she's not gone in the low level one yet. But I find it very interesting that all 3 instantaneously, when they've never had an arboreal nest box before, because I know how the old owner used to do it, all 3 went for the arboreal nest box instantly, which I find crazy.
It is interesting. It actually, with me, just happened by accident. It was just a crazy idea suddenly. I could see my female back then. She was like gravid, and she didn't really like dig much. She would dig a little bit in the nest box at the bottom, but nothing major, and then she ended up dropping the eggs. So of course they were no good. So I thought maybe we should just try and give her something higher up, it's a bit warmer or something. So they got a bucket there on a little shelf. The next time she went straight forward and laid her eggs, 7 eggs, boom. And she never went to the bottom again. Even now, she won't go to the bottom. She will go straight to the arboreal one, and she will just dig maybe 20 centimeters down, and she will pop her eggs. I have had them hatch in the cage one time, in the old cage. I didn't know she was pregnant. I didn't even notice. She only laid 3 eggs. And then suddenly I come home from work. I go to my Gillenis, and you look, there's a little Gilleni, and then you kind of like look away and look again. Then there was 2 little Gillenis. So 2 out of 3 eggs actually hatched inside the cage. And the parents didn't seem to care.
That's quite cool. I wouldn't risk it,
But if
but that's
they will
quite
eat,
cool. Yeah.
I also house it wouldn't. But it was kind of funny that suddenly, and now I've tried it with Gilleni and also with the Fijis, where eggs have hatched inside the cages.
How long do you find in an incubator at what temperature? But how long do you think roughly Gilleni eggs take? Mine are incubating about 28.5.
I have had them from 28 to 30.
About
There's
100
not.
days.
I haven't really had. Yeah, roughly, not much difference. I have also had them like where incubators went off for a while. And it's like people are so scared, about their eggs that they have to have like a super constant temperature. I even had it with Fiji eggs and stuff. I went to the Philippines. I didn't notice I accidentally turned the incubator off. So the incubator was turned off for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It was just sitting there at like maybe 21, 22 degrees for 3 weeks. I come home from holiday. I see it's off. I turn it on. Look at the eggs. They still look fine. Everything's still hatched. A little cold won't kill them. It's like Frank Reedus. Frank Reedus told me once that good eggs, they don't just go bad, It's the heat that can kill them, not a bit of a little colder incubation period. It won't kill them.
So on the eggs then, because your mangrove eggs, I think you said the first fertile clutch didn't manage to get out the egg, but they were fully formed in the egg, I guess.
Yeah. The shells was, for some reason, very thick on that clutch.
Okay, so the eggs... but the eggs were visibly, noticeably thicker than other eggs, obviously.
Yeah, I couldn't really see it until I cut them open. You could really feel the shell was thicker and harder. But there was babies inside.
Yeah, because I'm just worried about when I maybe one day potentially get eggs, about them not being... You get 200 days in and then they don't hatch. That's my biggest fear.
I don't know if she has maybe held on to them because it was in their old cage with not such a nice nest box. I don't know if she maybe held on to them a little longer and they maybe have damaged by that, and then she has laid them anyway. Because it didn't happen with the next 2 clutches was perfect. It was the new cage, both of the clutches. They had a nest box with there was a 155 liter nest box.
Jesus Christ, that's massive.
It's the same I have for one of the Flavis, and the Griseus also have. The other Flavis, they have 80 liter.
So my my nest box is... I think my nest box is 80 liter. She has 200 liters of soil in her enclosure. 280 including the nest box. But I've submerged the nest box. And then I've got a little hole in the top so she can go in. And then I've got the heat mount on the side of the nest box facing in the enclosure, so it heats the nest box as well as the soil in the enclosure, so she can pick both. I was tempted to put a much bigger nest box in there, but I've had 7 clutches in that nest box, and all 7 have been nested perfectly. So I'm very much being an old head and not wanting to experiment and going, it's not broken, I'm not going to fix it. Because she's nested 7 times perfectly. No issues, no stress, no pacing, no holding on. She's nested every time. More or less same spot, more or less same temperature. In 2 different enclosures. This would be her 3rd enclosure with me. So once she cycles again and she nests again, fingers crossed, I'll be happy. But until she's nested, I'm constantly stressing. But fingers crossed it's okay. But it's definitely not that big. It is about 80 liters, I think, but she's got about 200 liters of soil in the whole enclosure.
Well, if it works, it works. You see, one of my Flavis, I have my biggest Flavi female. She doesn't even have a heated nest box. She will lay perfect. Yeah, it's maybe 80 centimeters roughly from the basking area. She will lay there every time. no problems. You see, last clutch was yesterday. It was 3 eggs, but the one before that was nested in the other side of the nest box, and that was 9 eggs. All perfect. I can see if
isn't heated.
Mine isn't either.
No,
the
mine's heated by the
Gilleni case.
enclosure. Yeah,
I do as well with the Gilleni. But I can see with the Flavis this year, the stumpy one, she laid her clutch pretty early in the year. So she actually only dug down the eggs about 15 centimeters, where normally she will go 40. Because I don't heat that box either.
No.
So the temperature was still okay, like only 50 centimeters down. So she just nested them perfectly there, and then went out. It was 5. I think her first clutch was 5 eggs. Then she laid one later. She dug deeper. That was 7 perfect eggs.
I'm just thinking like now, like everyone listening now, anyone that's listening at any point in this, like this is how you keep monitors. Like 40 centimeters of soil that's not in a nest box. It's just in the enclosure. Like that's incredible. And the sizes of your enclosures that you have. Like I was really excited to get you on full stop. Because I've always admired your stuff, let alone before we started speaking, and how your philosophy and your mentality and your keeping and stuff, and how you just go for bigger enclosures. Like your Gilleni enclosure, like arguably one of the smallest monitors we can keep in captivity in the UK and Europe. You literally have a walk-in enclosure for your Gilleni. Like people let that sink in. Like that's mental. And it sounds a bit. This sounds a bit weird, right? I promise I'll get my tongue out your ass. I promise. But I'm a bit like taken aback by it because it's like, fucking hell, why am I not doing this? You know what I mean? Like where did I go wrong? And I know we've sort of said like you start somewhere and you change and you always weren't like this, and that's why I'm glad this conversation we're having this conversation because I'm really like taken back by like shit. I need to do better. You know what I mean? And I hope people are feeling the same. Because that's mad. 40 centimeters of like, you know what I mean? And whereas my Gilleni, obviously they're different to Flavies, but my Gilleni are only in an enclosure. You could fit 6 of my Gilleni enclosures in your enclosure. You can fit 2 of the new one that I'm planning soon. But still, like that's, and then you've just got 3 of them in there as well. It's not like you've got 10 Gilleni in this massive enclosure and they just run around, you know.
No.
You just... What have you learned the most since making that change? Like since downsizing and upgrading, what was the biggest thing that you've come away from that experience?
That's a good question, actually.
Or what's the one piece of advice that you'd like push on to someone like myself who's in that teetering position? I'm on the edge of the cliff and I'm scared to jump on the downsides, you know? So what's like, almost sell it to me. You don't need to, because obviously we know it's the way, but like, what's the biggest thing for you that's like, you know?
You'll start enjoying your hobby so much more again. It was as Baum, I think it was Baum that wrote it earlier, that it goes from hobby to a chore.
Yes, yeah.
And when it ends up like that, you don't love it anymore, you know. It's just something that has to be done. And then you get the high from the eggs, but you don't enjoy it the same way.
No.
This much smaller collection I have now, I can enjoy it, you know. I can even skip a day here.
Yeah.
You know, I can skip a day and it won't do anything bad, you know. Before I couldn't skip a day because there were so many animals. I had to feed somebody constantly and all this stuff.
Yeah.
You see, now it's downsized. Everybody gets bigger cages, and as you know, we are playing around with lights to see if it affects the animals. That's what we are doing lately.
Yeah.
So now I hope tomorrow I can install the next of these full spectrums in the Flavi cage. Now she has laid eggs. Now I can start like trying to change her lights and see if it does anything for her.
I am very excited for you because you've been very much bitten by the LED bug of lately, and your Griseus have almost thrown it in your face. But hopefully the, like you say, the Flavies that are out and about a lot, you'll see changes in the colours and the behaviours of those guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Griseus, they don't really care. They didn't care at all, you know. They were
They're just like
they
puppy teenagers. They're just like, don't care, Dad. I don't want anything to do with you.
Yeah, they'll sit there with their head out of the box and look around. Then maybe they'll go to the new UV light for like a little while. Then they'll go back again.
Yeah.
So I hope we'll see something more interesting with the Flavies. I do have some other lights planned that we will see, the ones we were talking about, the solar ones.
Yeah.
I am planning on trying to just buy one of the small ones in the beginning to see how well it will work.
I'm excited to see that because it's something I'm slowly transitioning towards. Obviously, I'm pretty much a massive advocate for LED, and like I love Arcadia stuff, and I try and offer people cheap alternatives, but you can't beat, not necessarily always Arcadia, but I do like Arcadia. I'm not sponsored. Arcadia sponsor me, but with my bearded dragon, I had a cheapy LED in there, and it was like a £15 LED bar. It was a cheapy one, 6,500 Kelvin cheapy LED bar. It illuminated the closure much better. And we had a spare Jungle Dawn, and Fee loves Dragon, our bearded dragon. She was like, give Dragon the nice light, because I can't remember who I was going to give it to. Maybe one of the Mangroves or something. She's like, give Dragon the nice light, because we've had Dragon arguably the second longest. I was like, okay. Like in my head, I don't think he needs one because I've already got an LED in there. But I was like, all right, fine. I'll give him this Jungle Dawn. Excuse me. I'll give him this Jungle Dawn. So I took the old LED out, put the Jungle Dawn in, done round, went around the back of the enclosures, plug it in. And I was like, right, ready? Flicked it on. And then Fee was like, oh. And I was like, what? And then I came around and Dragon was literally like looking up like he's never seen light before. And he was like looking around. He was like, what's going on? And he was like checking out his environment. He was running around the whole enclosure for like a good 20-30 minutes, like bearded dragons do, using their tongue to like taste everything. And he was like, what's it? And I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, no LED. Sorry, a cheap LED is better than no LED, but a decent LED, because you can still get decent diode LEDs, for example, like low bays and some decent. Yeah, see, he was in shock. He was generally in shock, and it really opened my eyes to there's levels, you know. And I'm not an expert, but like I'd like to think I'm ahead of an average keeper with the lighting because I have an interest in it and I'm learning about it. Plus, I'm a Sparky, so it helps me. But even I didn't realize there's like, so I would always say, if you can, just save up and buy a decent one. But I'm excited to see, because I have also done the same with a Mangrove. I've had a cheap LED and then put a Jungle Dawn on it, and I've seen no difference. So clearly, different animals prefer, could be the third eye of a bearded dragon that's making it a bit more like, whoa, you know, whereas the monitors are living underground and they're like mole people, so it's a bit different. But I'm interested to see like the different reactions you're seeing from different lights, because I've seen it personally now with the same animal with a different light. So I'm interested to see how yours are going to react to it.
It will definitely be interesting. As you know, I choose the small ones, the full spectrum, the small ones that I could like serial connect, so I can spread them out because the cages are so wide.
Yeah.
So I can spread them a little all over the cage instead of me having to buy like 5 of them. But I am still wanting to try the other one I sent you the other day, the 3.0.
Yeah.
That was built here. It was actually designed here in Denmark. They say it gives more light than any other full spectrum.
They look good. They do look good.
They're definitely an interesting one. So I will try one day. They're a little pricey, but I guess I just have to work more.
Yeah, this is it. You got more night shifts. So
I can't because I'm on night shifts 5 days a week.
It's too much. It's too much.
Yeah, but They also
Contemplate.
gave
Go on.
me a salary raise. So I was raised over €1,000 from shifting from day to night and get lesser work.
Oh damn! Yeah, that's just sold it for me because I was about to say I was tempted to try and find a night shift job, because I'm a very much nocturnal person. Other than when I've been up since 4:30, then I'm not. But normally I'm I'm a nocturnal person, so I wouldn't think it would take much adjusting. But I think for me it would be the time trying to fit around seeing Fee and stuff because I would be sleeping. Well, saying that I could sleep while she's at work. We could see each other, but I don't know. Either way, it was an option. I'd thought about it because, like you say, it's potentially little less work for similar to more money. So, but I am excited to see how the Flavies now learning a little bit more about them. I am because I was excited anyway because you were excited about it, and that sort of passion like fuels my passion. But now I've learned a bit more and seen the colours on them truly. I'm even more excited because I think give it a few months and those colours are going to be like even better, which is exciting because they were already stunning. And that's what I'm excited
I hope so. It's definitely a lot of upgrade. They will also get a different UV. I have one more left of these reptile systems. So they will get that one as well. And then I have some of the 6400 LEDs in different lengths. I have some different ones. And then the full spectrum as well.
I was really impressed by the full spectrum I brought. The Sansia. It's like a spot plant grow. It's 36 watt, equivalent of 400 watts. Apparently, I don't think it's equivalent of 400 watts, but I have that shining on Mango's basking spot, and I really like that. It's a nice light, and turning it off makes a big difference. Like, it doesn't take your eyes long to adjust, but it wasn't too bad. It was like 40 quid for one light bulb, so it is quite expensive, but it definitely gives a nice level of light. And I wouldn't say she's got brighter since being in there, but she definitely seems to pop a little bit better. I don't know if that's just because it's a nicer enclosure and bits and bobs, and it's like my Prasinus as well. I'll get comments a lot on how bright green my green trees are, and people are like, well, what do you do? I was like, I think it's just the lights. I can't see what else, because like my friend Matt, who breeds them, my little female, hopefully female, is from him, and she, of all the ones we've seen that we still know where they are, he's bred a fair few. She's the greenest. And I look at other enclosures and they don't have the same light spec that I do, in the sense of lux and intensity on the basking spot. That's the only true difference. So is it the light? Is it not? I don't know, because I imagine we're feeding the same and supplementing similar, so it must be lighting. Like, there's no other variable. Obviously, some animals are going to be slightly brighter than others, but for her to be the brightest, and she wasn't that bright when I brought her. She's gotten brighter, and normally babies are a bit more vibrant than adults, depending on the species. But so it can only be lighting. I don't know for a fact, but for me, it can only be lighting. To be fair, like shout him out, Liam from Reptiles and Research. He's done a really good podcast. I'm halfway through it, so I'm going to say the first half's really good because I haven't finished it yet. Could go shit from there on, but he's done a really good podcast on lighting. I forget his name, but there's a guy over here who does really good lighting stuff, and it's basically explained, and it's on the Animals at Home podcast as well. The same guy, they've done like a back-to-back. I need to catch the Animals at Home one, but they're basically explaining lux and light to a layman and how and why it benefits your animal, and they've got little diagrams, and for anyone that's interested, it is really interesting because it does show off. So basically they put a lux meter reader in just a halogen and a UVB, and second half of the podcast really good too. Okay, cool. I haven't finished it yet. Everyone, go listen. So they put this like reader of lux to tell you how bright this enclosure is. They put it inside, and I can't remember the exact figures, but it was something like 2,000 or 3,000. And people go, wow, 2,000-3,000 lux. It might have been like 4. Let's just say 4,000. Like 4,000. Wow, 4,000 lux. That seems loads. The figures are actually in the podcast. I'm just guessing. He goes outside in the evening in the UK on a cloudy day, and it's like 8,000 lux or something like that. So it's double as bright outside on a cloudy day in the UK than it is in his bearded dragons enclosure. And bearded dragons are used to something stupid like something silly like 80,000 lux or something like that. And when you like put all that into consideration, you think, fucking hell, we are keeping our animals so dark. So it's quite good. And they explain like creating patches of sunlight would be different for Griseus because they're out in the desert, but like your tropical species, there's patches of sunbeams and stuff. It's a good podcast. I'm only halfway through. I haven't really had any time to watch podcasts lately, but anyone that's interested in lighting, go and check it out. Dylan's and Liam's, because it just broadened to 80 to 120 K is full sunlight, maybe even more. Yeah, so basically, long story short, our enclosures are pitch black dark, even though we think they're bright. So I'm excited to see the difference because the animals should, in theory, react differently. So it'd be cool to see what they do.
That's why these solar LEDs were so interesting to me. If they can run just from like 12 to 6, maybe just midday, you know. The biggest one he has for me is a 200 watt LED. And if that can run on the solar one,
oh, for sure.
You know, you can add, then you can add like 4 to 1 cage. You ain't going to get ruined in your electricity bill.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
You see, if I can suddenly run 800 watt of light into the Griseus cage, who knows what will happen, you know?
Oh, they'd be, I think they would be pinker than a pig. They would be like...
There is 2 options. I have 2 options. It's the solar ones, but the other one is much more expensive. That's about, what is that? That would be like way over 100 pounds for one light. Yeah, but it's something they built here. It's a window company. They have built some very special light tunnels.
Yeah.
That also gives up super much light because they channel the sunlight.
Yeah.
That could be an interesting one as well.
Just to see, but the solar ones sound promising because, like you say, if you can run it for free, outside of the cost of buying them, if they're good, you can have as many as you want if they run for 4 to 6 hours on the sun.
Yeah, then you just have some normal LEDs for the evening and morning lights, you know?
Yeah, and then in wintertime, you don't need it anyway because they're down. So you don't need to worry about chasing the sun outside. Yeah. For certain species, you need backup, but not for them.
Yeah, but most of mine, I could just have them turned off in winter. Even the Flavis, they don't get so much light in winter and there's not so many hours.
Exactly.
And then just run them in the summer. It would be like super interesting if I could add just 3 of them into one cage. 3 times 200 watt. Yeah,
that'd be a lot of light. A lot of light. That would be.
And he has them in 6,000 Kelvin.
Yeah, ideal.
So we can even get the super, like the nice white light. I think he has them in like 3,000, 4,500, and 6,000.
Yeah,
so it could be very interesting. Yeah.
It is exciting, and what I love about when we have our chats on Instagram is I love that you're more passionate about upgrading your animals and testing things for your animals and prioritizing your animals rather than going, oh, I'm getting this next week as in a new animal and I'm buying this new animal this week, because we're all guilty of chasing the next animal. And you seem to come to a place with your keeping where outside of wanting my peach throat, you just want to like upgrade everyone that you have and you want to give the best to everyone you have, which is like incredibly commendable, whatever. Incredibly, like, I respect you a lot for it, is what I'm trying to say. I really appreciate the fact that you're constantly like, oh, I'm going to try this for my animals. I'm going to try this for my animals, rather than just being like, oh yeah, it's okay, it'll do. I'm going to get some new monitors next week, you know, where probably even to this day, I'm kind of there. You know, I'm looking at potentially getting a new monitor at the end of the year, another dream species, hint, hint. But I'm potentially looking to get a dream monitor at the end of the year, and I'm like, but Paul, is it sensible? It's going to be a bit of money. There's a bigger enclosure. Another animal could have a bigger enclosure instead of getting this animal, this, that, and the other. Where do you draw the line? Do you really want it, or do you just think you want it? So I really appreciate the fact that you're clearly found your niche, and you're staying in it, and you're trying your best to do the best by these animals. And hopefully one day I will get there, because I really respect you for it.
I have been there as well, but you just want more, and you find all these interesting ones. You see, earlier this year, like I told you, I almost bought mangroves again.
Yeah.
But they were so special. The ones I showed you, that like lemon yellow throats.
Yeah, they were.
But it was
cool.
like, I can't, not with the cages. I want to get the Griseus even bigger cages than they have now. At least a little more. So once I don't have the Tristis, then they will probably have 1.2 meter bigger cage than they have now.
Yeah,
then I will just remove the Tristis cage and then expand the Griseus and Flavi cages instead. I already have like 3 empty cages here. There is nothing in them. There's no plants. One will be used for babies.
Yeah.
Then I have one that's big. That's just there. It's not even finished because I don't have anything for it yet. Possibly next year.
Yeah. Yeah.
I might get something very special next year, but we will see. It depends if my friend gets eggs. So we will see about that next summer.
That's exciting. I'll speaking of something very special then. Just quickly want to touch on it. We've just hit over 3 hours. I'm happy to still keep talking, but I appreciate everyone for sticking with us for this long. But you used to keep, if I'm not mistaken, tricolor monitors. UNOI.
Yeah, I used to have a pair.
How were they?
They were very much like mangroves. They were also in a walk-in cage, but even taller than any other cage I ever had. Their cage was 2.7 meter tall.
Jesus.
And you could walk it. You could walk into it. I didn't see them super much. They were also shy like the mangroves. Eventually, I got them to like feed from tongs.
Yeah.
But then the divorce came, so I had to sell them. Then I had some Melinus. I had 2 small males at one point in that big cage as well. They became so tame. So if you walked into that cage, you would have to wear long sleeves. Because if you walked into the cage with a little white bucket, they would jump you. Because they knew the white bucket was a food bucket. There would be food in it. They would literally jump down on me. And we're talking, they were probably around 90 centimeters. So it kind of hurt, when first time it happens. You just walk into the cage in a t-shirt. And then suddenly you have a 90 centimeters lizard jumping down on your back.
Trying to mug
and then they would just run down my arm and pick up their food.
Yeah, that's
But
crazy.
Again, divorce happened. I had red Ackies back then. I had the original Griseus group. I had the tricolors. I had the stories. But I had the blue trees actually back then as well.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah, I sold them off for Fiji bandits instead.
Do you
back then
you prefer the Fijis to the Macraei?
Yeah, but back then I could get the blue trees for, I think, for imports we could get them for about 2.5 or 3,000 euro.
Okay.
And the Fijis would go normally for 2.5 back then.
Yeah.
Then a friend suddenly had a pair of Fijis for 1.6. So I got the Fijis instead. The 3 monitors, they just never catch me, I like their colors, but they're just not my thing. I need the bulkier ones.
I know what you
like
mean.
the Flavi.
Exactly. Yeah,
I like the bulkier.
My friend Matt, he has pretty much every single tree monitor. Just needs yellows. Well, he obviously doesn't have cordensis because we don't really have them here, or like bohemia or anything like that. But he's got blacks, blues, multiple of greens. Anyway, he constantly says to me, he's even got Michelai, Kingorum, he's got monkey tail skinks, but he constantly says to me, he's like, I feel like I'm missing a monitor because obviously I have Jobiensis and Indicus. So they're like goanna-esque monitor shape, you know. He's coming to mine, I think, this weekend. We're going to a show together, but he'll probably end up checking my stuff out after the show. But I know he's excited to play with a monitor, like the bigger, bulkier, more bulky. You can get it to run around and do monitor stuff. So I think no matter what you have, you always want what someone else has got. But I know exactly what you mean by having by wanting a monitor, because obviously I have tree monitors and I have monitors. And if I had to choose, I would pick the Mangroves over the tree monitors. Arguably, even in looks, I think Mangroves for me are, or my Jobiensis. My Jobiensis is arguably my nicest looking animal. She's out of this world. Her blues are like out of this world, but hopefully one day I can produce those. Hopefully, not really been done all that often.
I wanted them
cool
for a long time.
They get big.
I had Dorianos.
Yeah, they're scary. Very scary. I had Dorianos. They're very scary. They're too much for me. Yeah, they're too much.
And they're big. Super big.
Are. Heads are huge.
Yeah, but also their length.
Yes,
I think the
like
male
150 centimeters.
Yeah, I think the male I had was 150, 160.
They're big lizards.
He was super big.
Yeah.
And they're like nasty.
And smart.
So that's
really
like
smart.
Yeah. Not as smart as my Flavi, but they're smart. She is like a pain in the ass to have.
She's like a dog, literally.
Super smart, and she really like tests cages. When she was moved to a new cage, she tested. She really tests every part of the cage, and she don't test the same spot twice. And then she will find a spot, she'll get out.
It's crazy.
So I'll have to get her, put her back, and figure out where the heck she gets out, and she won't do it for a day or two. So, and I will keep watching her, and she'll just stay in the cage.
Wait until you
then
go,
2-3 days later, again. 2-3 days later, boom, she's out. So it takes really like sometimes when there's a flaw somewhere. But now she's in. She ain't getting out.
She's got iron bars now. She's chained in.
There's too much stuff laying on the floor when she's out because she tries to climb everything. Suddenly there's cockroach boxes laying and no cockroaches, like crushed water bowls.
Yeah.
But now she can't get out. This time I'm sure.
You hope. Final last words. Have you heard me tell the story? I won't tell it again because I tell it a million times unless you haven't heard it. But have you heard me tell the story of my Dorianus that used to break out?
No.
Okay, so I don't know. I tell this story to everyone, and I'm sure the people watching regularly get sick of it. Anyway, I had a Dorianus 2 years ago, maybe. It was about 120 centimeters, so pretty much 4 foot long. Had it in, if I'm honest, too small of an enclosure, but I was a novice and naive. Anyway, just had rubber wedges in rather than locks. I had rubber wedges in, and I would watch this lizard like pick the locks, like push the wedges out, and I was like, what the fuck? So I brought locks for the Viv, but in the meantime, before the locks from Amazon Prime would turn up, this thing would push the wedges out, and then like use its claw to like scratch open the glass, because the glass never sits or like perfectly flush. It would, and these were custom built enclosures, obviously, but not by like myself. So the glass was all nice and loose. It wasn't like chamfered and wedged, and it was loose, and there was no weight on top because it was a taller enclosure, so I didn't really have much on top of it. So the glass was just flimsy. So as soon as it's got its claw in there, it could just pull the door open, and it would scratch. And I'd watch it, like be round the corner, and I'm watching it, and it'd spend like half an hour. Sometimes it'd get it first time, sometimes half an hour because it knew. It'd pull open the door, and I would walk around the corner as it pulled open the door, and it'd look me dead in the eyes, and then just skulk back into the shadows. And I was like, this lizard is fucking planning to kill me. Like, what? But remember Fee? I say remember Fee. Butt got out. So eventually Butt got out, and I sat playing PlayStation, pop, 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 and I heard like clip, clop, clip, clop. And I looked down, and there's this 4-foot Dorianus like to the left of me. And I was like, oh shit, I've got to get it. And I went to like spin and grab it. And normally I don't like handling Dorianus without gloves because the claws and the teeth. No. But I was like, I need to get it. So I went to jump it, like just grab it. And the thing walked like a chicken. Yeah, it did walk like a chicken because when it walked, its head would do this. It was like a proper raptor. Anyway, so it got behind the Vivs, and there's like this big Viv stack in my kitchen because I just had floor to ceiling like Vivs. And I couldn't move the Vivs because they were too heavy. Like I just couldn't move. So it was behind these Vivs, and I would set like humane traps. And Fee was like, I'm not coming home because he had to come through our front door. You came through the front door, and it was immediately there, the kitchen. Fee was like, I'm not coming home. I'm going to stay at my mum's until you catch it. And the thing kept like springing the traps and like getting all. So it was like, it was living rent free, like eating chicks, just out and about, free roaming. And we had like the guinea pigs in the lounge. We had to keep the door to the kitchen shut so it didn't get in to kill the guinea pigs. And it was like midsummer, so it was sweltering as well. And obviously, because no doors or windows were open, there was no airflow. So this room was perfect temperature for this Dorianus to just live behind the Vivs. And it eventually lived there for like 3 or 4 days. And I eventually caught it because, again, I would sit in there of an evening, like playing PlayStation because my desk was in my kitchen. And I heard the clip, clop. And I was like, right, headset down. And I didn't look at it. And I was like, and I had like a hoodie on the side there, or like back of my chair or whatever. I just basically dumped the hoodie on it like crocodile stuff. I grabbed him, put him back in the Viv, and then it literally like went to the water bowl, sunk down in the water bowl, and it didn't come out of the water bowl for 3 days. I was like, I need to change the water. This is like just after catching it. I was like, I need to change the water. So I went to like go and get him in there, and it was literally like a crocodile, like real life crocodile. When the top of the water is like not broken, but you can just see the nose under the water. And I remember being scared. And I was like, I don't want to do this. And then I was like, this lizard's too much for me. I need to sell this lizard. So I got it out, like cleaned its water, cleaned its enclosure. Like I found a guy that had a female, and I ended up, my cheeks are hurting from like reminiscing. And I was like I say, don't get me wrong, I respected it. I wasn't actually like, oh my god, I'm so scared of it. But I respected that this lizard would fuck me up. And I was like, nah. And I remember when me and Fee got it, I was told it was 60 centimeters when I went to pick it up. And I got there and it was huge. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I can upgrade the enclosure. The enclosure's too small, but I can upgrade the enclosure. It'd be okay for now. And I was like, anyway, long story short, I bought this lizard. I brought it home. And then 2 days later, I saw like this lump on its mouth, and I was like, fuck's sake, what's this? Like, couldn't have been anything I've done. I've just got it. So I got it out, sort of got it, I had a look, and it had like this cyst on the inside of its mouth, or like a cut. So I got some stuff to treat it, and they were like, right, you got to treat it every day. So I had to get this thing out every day for 2 weeks to put stuff on its lip. Oh my god, it was the worst experience with a lizard I've ever had. Yeah, Fee says my lizards are the bane of her life. Yeah, that lizard was too much lizard for me. It was too intelligent. It was too big. For where I was living, I think I could deal with it now. I'd have to sell a couple of animals to dedicate more time, but I could have dealt with it now. But I definitely got that too young in my lizard keeping career, because that lizard was planning on killing me. Like, and it knew how to do it as well. So that's the Doriana story. It's wild.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but
I actually had the same. I had the same with some black throats. The male also figured out how to open the cages. First he found out he could destroy the vent and get out. So I took like wire that we use for like bird cages outside. This with the square mesh. he just took his front leg onto the mesh and then he just pulled it apart like it was nothing.
Oh god.
And then he went out. So I ended up
Yeah.
having bars from like a mouse cage to keep him in. And they were like, I never had seen black throats like them again. They were only like 130 as a fully adult
Okay.
imports. I've never seen any that small again.
No, not at all. Because they're huge.
They were adults. Adults at 130. But they were all so smart.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's
But
we had now carry on.
But I had to sell them as well. You know, everything got sold back then. I also had one of the first monitors I actually bred, crazy enough. First was Timorensis, and then Panoptes, and then Griseus. It's like everybody else starts with Akis. I haven't bred Akis until like 7 years ago or something.
Timorensis is a hard one to start with. I had a couple of clutches of eggs from them, but they hide it so well.
I had a super nice male. He was like big. He was at least as big as a Tristis male.
Oh wow!
And
really?
He was like super yellow.
Nice.
He was super nice and not shy at all. You could just like do stuff in the cage, and he would just chill out. Yeah, they were actually. I only bred them one time.
I found them quite hard work, Timorensis, for being shy, flighty, and we had a little female, and she had 2 tiny little hemipenal lumps. Because I don't know if you noticed this with your male, but my male had massive hemipenal bulges for Timorensis. The female had nothing, and then I had this smaller female which had 2 little lumps, and I'd assumed it was a subordinate male, because I've had it with Prasinus before, where they sort of like hold in their hemipenes, and then when you split them, they just go boom, let it all go, almost like lions not developing manes. So I've seen it in Prasinus, and I've heard a couple of other people notice it. So I was like, oh, this Timorensis must be doing it. This tiny little female, like tiny she was, and I just had a temporary 3x2x3 enclosure, and I was like, it'll do her for now. Put her in there. And to be fair, she looked small in there. That's how small she was. Tiny little, like I said, like an orientalis, like a tiny, skinny little frame lizard. 2 days later, and there's just like an inch of like cocoa on the floor. That's it. 2 days later, Fee goes, oh, you've put some cool rocks in there. And I go, oh shit, because instantly I just know it's eggs because I haven't put any rocks in there. And she'd laid 8 eggs, bless her, scattered them, obviously, because no nesting. And I'd pulled her out and manhandled her to like check the hemipenes like 2 days before. And no weight, no bulge, no nothing. And she had 2 little clear, obviously hemiclitori, but 2 clear little lumps. And I was like, yeah, definitely a boy. Put her in there. 2 days later, laid 8 eggs, and she'd literally looked like she'd been run over twice. And I was like, why weren't you fat? Like, I would have known that you were a female and I would have left you alone. But she just had no sign of body change or composition change like at all until she'd laid. Unlike an Aki that just literally gets like a balloon and you're like, okay, yeah, you're gravid. Or even Gilleni, they get quite podgy that I've seen. But yeah, Timorensis, for me, the 2 clutches I had, they didn't have any show at all.
But it's funny talking about Akis. My male red one, he actually ran away when he was tiny. Here in my room, you know, he got out somehow, and he was like maybe 10 centimeters. And you know, you search everything, but it's like I can't move these cages, and I couldn't find him. And I was like, okay, I'll give up. You know, it was been like a month, so he would probably be dead somewhere. So I just had the 2 females. It was before I built the Tristis cage. There was another cage there. Suddenly one day I come in here, I'm feeding. Suddenly I can hear something in this crack between 2 cages. Yeah. So I take a flashlight and I look in there. There's this massive Aki sitting there. He had, in 3.5 months, he has been living, not just surviving, but really thriving in my room. He had the same size as the females. There was literally no difference in size, and he has been gone for 3.5 months. He's just been hunting all these bloody cockroaches that are here.
I was gonna say that's why you never had problems with crickets, because your Mayalaki was eating them all, and then when you put him back
Yeah,
in, that's where the crickets come out.
but luckily I don't have crickets anymore. Now I just have cockroaches. They're even coming out here behind the computer now.
Yeah, I get a few in the enclosures coming out.
I have them
We had-
outside the
Yeah.
enclosures here.
We
That's
try
why
and avoid it.
Yeah. So that's why this room is not directly connected into the house with a door, you know.
Yeah.
So the cockroaches can't get into the house.
Yeah.
They will.
What
They
species-
can hear.
You have several different
Oh, I
species,
can't
don't you?
Yeah, but this one I can't remember. It was one I
Ah.
commented one in your podcast one. It has this weird name I can't pronounce. It is a glass climber. It's one of
Okay.
2 glass climbers I have. I have the giant lobster roaches as well.
Yeah. So there's discoids, which aren't glass climbers.
Those I never had.
I've got them at the moment, and I ended up feeding half my colony off because I didn't realize females had wings. Orange head roaches, Madagascan hissers, red runners. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. I don't know.
Red runners I have a lot. I use them
no.
super much for the baby Gillenis and Akis.
Yeah, not for me.
They go
thank you.
crazy for red. They go
I'm sure they-
crazy for red runners.
Mine won't
If I
be,
throw
'cause
in,
I
like-
won't be getting them.
If I throw in red runners and crickets, they will literally run past the crickets. They'll
Oh,
go
really?
directly for the red runners. Then I have
Yeah.
what else? Of course, I have dubia, and then I have the pantanal, and that's
Yeah.
it of cockroaches. I'm trying to get some desert locust breeding again, but it's almost impossible to get good quality here. I bought
Yeah.
40. I have 18 that died within a day
That's gutting.
because suddenly the grasshoppers come into a cage with the correct temperature, so the metabolism kicks in, and then they want to change skin, but they're so dehydrated, so they can't
Yeah.
change their skin. But now I think I figured it out now. I feed
Fingers
what I'm not
crossed.
allowed to feed animals. Everybody says you cannot feed iceberg lettuce, but to a dehydrated grasshopper, it's gold.
The best thing in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, give
That's
them
the
some
first thing I
iceberg
do with
lettuce.
mine. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll hydrate immediately. So now I have some turning adults, so I can start breeding them again.
I've contemplated breeding locusts, but the bug factory sorted me out. Shout out the bug factory. But yeah, I get them for a sensible price. So for me, it's like it's almost not worth it. For the most part, I get locusts pretty cheap. So it's like, do I really breed? Do I need to breed them? Do I not need to breed them? And every now and then I get I'm gonna sneeze in a minute. I can feel it. Right, but every now and then I get, because I just get the adults, throw them in the mangrove enclosure. 2 months later, I have baby grasshoppers everywhere. Because obviously they breed in the enclosure, lay in the soil. The soil's moist and it's all good. You get babies. Shut up. You get babies everywhere, and all of a sudden I just have like hundreds of little baby grasshoppers like dying in the water. But it's like, part of me is tempted to pull them out and try and breed them. And what I really want to breed is katydids, but I'm a terrible insect keeper, and they all end up dying. I've tried before, but they all die.
I also only keep crickets and the grasshoppers. I tried these like different beetles and stuff, but I just can't get them breeding decently.
Yeah, it's hard work. Bugs take more time than the lizards do sometimes.
Yeah, and that's why I don't want crickets, because baby crickets take a lot of time as well. You forget them one day, they start dying.
Yeah.
The grasshoppers kind of
knock them
the same.
over and they get out. Ugh.
Yeah. The grasshoppers are much easier. If they get out, they're at least not noisy.
Yeah, and you tend to see them because they seem to be the simplest of creatures. What really, really frustrates me is I have big water bowls in my enclosures, so I put like floating bits of cork in the enclosures for the grasshoppers that fall in the water to climb onto. The amount I find dead Like they just drown and they kick and they go in circles when they end up in the water. And if I see them, I'll rescue them because it's food for my lizards. But the amount I find dead in water bowls because they can't find the cork that's right there, I think that's my biggest bane of existence in keeping, if I'm honest. It really frustrates me. I don't know why. It just really like upsets me when I find dead ones.
But it's the same with the cockroaches. You know, they also go into water bowls. Even with the Gilleni and Akis, they can go in there. I have a stone in all my water bowls, so they can get out again. Because I don't like finding them dead there, and then you take it out and they start stinking like right away. Even though the cockroaches haven't been there.
I had that literally today.
Stone in, they can. I've had it a couple of times as well, but it's really get bad because it's so humid and it's warm, so they just start stinking.
I literally had that today. One must have climbed in overnight because it wasn't there yesterday in one of my mangrove ones. It's quite a big one actually, so it's obviously hiding away and it survived all this time in the enclosure and met its demise to the water. It could have been there all night, but it'd only been there for a maximum of like 10 hours. I took it out and like you say, the second you take it out, she's like boom, and you're like, oh my god.
But at least it's just insects. The worst I have tried was back when I had these black throats. I was so stupid, so they got duck guts.
They got what, sorry?
The guts and heart and stuff from duck.
Oh.
And then this big black throat decides to make the biggest dump you can imagine under the basking pot while I'm at work. And I had them in the basement at that time. Just the second you opened your front door, you could just smell this crap in the entire house.
Yeah.
It's like you almost give up, you know, because you can't even go into your room. It's like stinking so hard in the room. So all I had to do was go in, open windows, go out again. It's probably my worst experience.
I remember
at least
back in the day when I was keeping, I had a big water bowl in my savannah monitor enclosure, and I'd gone away for a couple of days. And he'd obviously decided, because savannah monitors like to poo in their water, I've found. He'd obviously decided that he wanted to poo like 10 minutes after I left. And he pooed in his water bowl, and I was away for a couple of days. So it was in there for a couple of days, and it obviously left to like fester, if you like. Come home, and like you say, the horrendous smell. And I was like, oh my god. And his enclosure was quite low down. I had to get in there to get the water bowl out. And as I was dragging the water bowl, it like sloshed and like went all over me. And it was just like, why am I doing this? I had to like take like 6 showers to get rid of the smell because it was like in my hair, in my beard. I think that's the worst for smell that I've ever had. We had me and Fee came home one day. Fee and I came home one day and we undone the front door. This is in our old place. We can't undone the front door and there was just shit everywhere, as in rubbish, not feces. There was rubbish everywhere, like literally looked like we'd been burgled. Like all the stuff from my desk had been knocked down, all the stuff. And I was like, what the fuck? And I've like some stuff off the top of the fridge, which is 6 foot high, had been like looked like we'd been ransacked. And I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? So I went in through to the lounge to see if anything else had been missing. And the lounge was pristine. And I was like, what? And we're so confused, like looking around, and I hear, and I look down, and Mango is just in the guinea pig enclosure under the hay. I was like, what the fuck? And I like grab her because Fee's like, my guinea pigs, and she didn't touch the guinea pigs at all. She'd obviously made friends with the guinea pigs. I was like, what? And she'd obviously got out the enclosure, got on top of the fridge, on top of the kitchen sides, on top of my desk, knocked everything off. I'm checking the enclosure and I'm like, how the fuck has she gotten out? Because like your Flavy, there was no, and there was a tiny vent that was 2 inches, a 2-inch vent, so 50 centimeters by 50 centimeters, and she'd popped that out and managed to, a 28-inch long mangrove monitor, managed to wedge herself out of like a 2-inch vent. I was like, what the fuck? But she'd clearly been scratching away at it for weeks because it was proper like dense one, so she'd clearly been going tum, tum, tum. And for a good minute or two, I genuinely was like, we've been burgled, like we've been robbed, and I was that feeling in your chest. And none of the mangrove had just got out and made friends with the guinea pigs, but that was a proper like, oh my god moment. And the amount of escapees I've had, like literally, I don't like to admit it. To be fair, since being here and leveling up my keeping a bit, not one, but like, I don't know if you've heard, but I had the tree monitor get out and actually live outside in the UK for 11 days, and then Fee found it on the doorstep. Right. And I had my Tristis get out. My male Aki has gotten out 4 times. That man can pop a vent. So I've had to screw in every single vent now because he literally knows exactly does that and pops the vents out. Lies what? Have we had this? Oh, no, we had a Kimberley escape here. Yeah, we did. We had a baby Kimberley escape and Fee came home. Yeah, baby Kim. Fee came home, but I forgot to put the lock back in the door and the baby Kim squeezed out. And Fee was like, there's a baby Kim, and she managed to grab it. So yeah, all right, cool. Fair point. But yeah, I've had my fair share of escapees. I think a lot of people are scared to admit that sort of stuff, but when you're dealing with monitors, they always find a way.
Definitely. The worst is really my big flabby female. It took me like weeks because she would just stay there in the cage. Then she's out, I find her, I pop her back in, I repair where I think she got out. And she would just be in the cage 3-4 days. Suddenly she's out again. So you have to check this massive cage over and over and over. And then it like the tiniest little thing she can like pop and she will get out. She can open the front glasses, she can do anything.
It's crazy.
It's really hard. It's hard to keep her in. It's not like the others. They're like the iguanas. They're like stupid. I can almost like keep the cage open and they'll just stay. It's the same with my Akis. I forgot to close the cage one day. You know, you're in a rush. I just get the water. I had to run out. I go to work. I come home the next day. I go to sleep. I was back like at maybe like 2 p.m. And the first thing I see when I open the door is an open Aki cage. It's been open for a whole day.
Like,
yeah. It's like, fuck. I have to find 3 Akis in this room where you can't move a single cage.
Yeah.
So I look in the cage, then I can see, okay, there's 1 head in there. So at least 1 is still there. So I only have to find 2 now. So I just checked the cage. All 3 of them are just in the cage. They didn't even bother going out. So it's like you really feel like you had your luck.
Yeah.
It's the only time I have had a cage be open where they actually stayed. Or else they're just gone.
Yeah, I've done that. But all of mine have gotten out when I've done that. Left the door. I was spraying, spray, going around, and I hear this rustling. And I use my hose, and my back door's open when I spray. I hear this rustling. I look down, and I hadn't shut the door on my Savannah monitor, and it was like climbing out the back door. So I didn't hear the rustling. It's just been gone because I just forgot. Obviously, someone spoke to me, or I did something, got a message on my phone or whatever as I was doing that one. So I was like, oh, right, didn't shut the door. Like, it just happens. I was like, oh, that was fucking lucky. Thankfully, it's relatively social. So I was like, I didn't have to, like, I just was like, come on. Because I let it out quite regularly. So it's used to roaming around. But if that was like any other species, that would have been gone. Like, other than the Akis. The Akis and the Savannah are the only ones that I could have been like, come on. Everyone else would have been, Soom. Yeah. Dodged a bullet.
That's why I don't open cages. I don't open cages anymore unless my door is shut.
Yeah.
I want to make sure the door is closed in case, because if Flabby gets out, I can't catch it again.
It's gone
fast, you know, when they... Yeah. So just like, doors are closed. If something gets out, I block the door handle so nobody can get in until I have found it and put it back. Just so nobody accidentally opens the door while I'm chasing around for a lizard.
Yeah.
So that is like, that works.
It's not a bad practice to have. Yeah, it's probably sensible because you never know. I think I know several other keepers that have just left doors open. Like, no one does it intentionally. Sometimes, like, I'll take the water bottle out, both my hands are full, and instead of putting the water bottle down and shut the door, I'm like, oh, I'll just go and throw it out. It's fine. Like, it only takes that second. I just need to be better, you know? So it's a good...
I used to have the doors open. I had the doors open before, because it got so warm in here. I
Yeah.
had 2 little bathroom ventilators, but they couldn't do anything. So it's like even they were running, they didn't pump enough air in and out. Now I have like a big tunnel ventilator in the back that pumps air into the room, and then a
Yeah.
ventilator on the other end that sucks air out.
Yeah.
So I don't have to open the door anymore. So in theory, I can always can have the door shut. And then I think the room is like lizard proof now, that there's no way they can get out of the room.
Yeah.
If they can get out of the cage, but I don't think they can get out of the room.
That's the main thing. Like, for the most part, our room, unless I'm in it, the doors and windows are shut. So,
yeah,
they can get into the house. But again, doors and windows are shut. So if they get into the house, but we've only got a little bungalow, so it wouldn't be hard unless it was like a baby. Like, I haven't had babies now in a while. So when these babies start hatching again, got to like almost like brush the dust off and get ready for them just to be like looking completely fine, and then just 10 of them going crazy. So you got to shut the doors. So I've got that to deal with again in the next couple of months, and you kind of forget how unpredictable baby monitors can be and how fast they can be. And Gilleni be a new species for me. I've never had baby Gilleni, so have to learn how to deal with them. It's all exciting, but it's also like you need to be on your A game. You can't do it tired, because otherwise it only takes a second and you either shut one in a door or one's out. And the amount of times you hear people, thankfully I've never done it, but the amount of people you hear, they panic and shut the door and then crush a lizard's tail or something like that. Yeah.
I've also had my first experience with the Flavi babies earlier this year. The both clutches they hatched earlier this year. But they're so different. Even as babies, they're not very shy.
That's good.
It took maybe 2 weeks after they started eating, I could feed them with tweezers.
Oh, really? That soon?
Yeah. And then before I sold them, they would actually come to the front when I came with food. They would just come to the front glass. All 5 of them would almost stand there in a line waiting for food.
Very similar to Ackies.
It's the same with
very similar.
Yeah. And the new Griseus, she will do the same. She actually comes to me now after 1 month. She will come to me when I offer food. But now I think tomorrow I will try to like move her into the big cage, because now she's back up in body weight. So she can go into the bigger cages.
That's exciting times then, with the other ones.
Yeah, with the other male. The one that's have a male living alone for now. But they can easily live together, because now we're outside breeding season, so there's no problem with having 2 males together.
Yeah. That'd be cool. See how she gets on. And then, like you say, you can drop them down and hopefully bring them up in spring, and hopefully they'll breed.
Yeah, and I'm home now. I have holiday. We're not traveling like this summer, so I'm here. I can keep an eye on her, see how they're doing. It's like also check on her if she still has the same good feeding response, even though he's there. But there shouldn't be any problem, because it's so late in the year.
Yeah, no, like you say, they should definitely be fine. And it's better to get any kinks out now, if there are any kinks, than just going for it like cold turkey in spring, as it were.
But they are interesting species, because I know that the group I had 3 females, the original group.
Yeah.
And I bred 2 of the females the first time. None of those females would lay eggs the year after. But the 3rd female that didn't lay eggs the first time, she laid eggs a year after.
They skip a year. They have a year off.
It seemed like it. That's why I'm very interested in getting them breeding again.
They bred in the 2nd year, though, didn't they? But they didn't lay eggs, if I remember correctly.
That's these ones I have now. The one I have now, they were mating this year, but she didn't lay eggs. My original group, the 2 of the females laid eggs the same year. The 3rd one did not. Then the 2nd year, the 2 that laid eggs the 1st year didn't lay eggs, but the other one laid eggs the 2nd year. I didn't have a female laying eggs 2 years in a row.
That is.
So that's why I want to see if I can get them breeding again. I want to see if it continues.
I don't know if it's part of their natural ecology. It wouldn't make sense to skip a year in the wild, but like things like Tuatara they have like stupidly long gestation. They have like one egg every 2 years. So it's possible they have something weird like that.
Yeah, or it can have to do with food or bulking back up after egg laying, or maybe, I don't know, maybe they were like heavy enough for hibernation. So maybe if they're not heavy enough coming out of hibernation, if they can't bulk up fast enough, maybe they won't produce eggs. It's kind of like hard because with Griseus, you don't really have a sparring partner anywhere. There's not even like there's nobody, you know. I don't even have like a zoo that have big success or anything.
Yeah, and I doubt there's many people on the native range that you can reach out to and talk to.
Not that really has an interest in them, it seems. No,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that people are actually that know them outside of like people that have seen them now and then.
Yeah, there's some keepers in Egypt and stuff that has them, but they don't breed them. They try, but they don't get any eggs. So it is a tough one. It is kind of hard because you can bounce off ideas of people, you know, like we do with the lights and stuff. We can bounce off ideas with them, but we can't get anything solid. We can't say if we do like this and this, it will work.
No. I'm just thinking, when you did it the first time round, do you remember if there was anything you did that was different to this time round?
The only thing that was different was the lighting, because we didn't have LEDs.
I doubt
only thing I could because the only thing I could use for lighting up the cage was T8 tubes. That was the best thing we had.
Yeah, it's still better than heat mats though.
Yeah, and then they started with the UV light slowly, you know. The solar raptors came, and that was it.
Have you ever used the solar raptors, the HIDs, metal halides?
Yeah, I have used
them,
but I
not like them.
I don't like them. No, because you can't really use them like I can't put like two solar raptors next to each other and use it as a basking, because with the safe distance, I don't get the temperatures I want.
No.
Then the distance is not far enough, and you get like lizards that has sunburn.
Yeah.
I have seen tree monitors with sunburns from solar raptors.
I've seen, yeah.
So I don't use them.
A lot of people like metal halides or HIDs, which is just HIDs. I don't know if it's pronounced HIDs, but people like them just for full spectrum light. So the non-UVB emitting ones, they give off a really nice light. But I've seen a couple of metal halides at work in the high baits just burn out, as in like, so I don't want to stick it in a wooden box. Yeah, so it's not for me. Apparently they're really good. Personally, they're not for me, but I didn't know if they would make a difference just for lighting rather than heating.
I never try using them for light. You know, I only used them for the basking spots, but they just weren't good enough. They didn't heat them enough.
No, I think a lot of people just use them as spots.
Yeah, then you have to use it like in a combination, because people want the UV from them as well. You know, they put out a lot.
Yeah.
But then again, I'd rather have a UV tube.
Yeah. I think the optimum now is a halogen, a UV T5 tube, and then a 35 watt, 50 watt metal halide, non-UVB emitting. So it's just light as a spot, but I don't use the halides. I use like LED spots because, like I say, I worry that they'll go up in flames because when they burn out, they arc. They go, and I've seen a couple.
Oh yeah,
break. So yeah, for me, it's not really worth the risk. I'd rather just have it slightly dimmer and non-barbecued lizards, because that's everyone's worst nightmare. So I didn't know. Like you say, I think cold this winter. Lots of food coming in. Maybe some combat from the males, because that's only going to help things. I think split them out.
yeah,
Both think
yeah.
they're a winner, and then hope that one gets the job done with the other one. I would guess, but again, I just throwing ideas. I don't have a clue.
Yeah, that's all we can do right now. At least with that species, we can only like bounce ideas and see what will work, what doesn't work.
Yeah, I think the battling of the males would be good, and then if you pulled the male, put one male with one female, one male with the other female, both males would be like, "Yeah, I won. I'm the man." Both full of testosterone, if you like, and then hopefully both get the job done. And then you could probably even look to swap the males, because then they have the smell of the other male in the other enclosure. Then they're like, "Oh yeah, no, this is my territory, my female." But other than that, I wouldn't know,
because it was the same. It was the same with my original group of 5. They were all kept together. The males would also do this combat, and then the winner would again mate with the females.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best bet. Like I say, try and get both to feel like they're the man, split them, try and breed the females, swap them, try and breed the females. For me, I think that's probably, as well as obviously already what you're doing, wintering them, bringing them up, feeding them lots, maybe even give them a little bit more humidity at night. Don't know.
Yeah,
if that
I think
would be
so.
more...
Maybe in springtime, maybe I will check to see what their native range, like how it is when it's springtime. How humid is the springtime there.
Yeah, that could be another thing. Just try everything, like humidity, feeding, light cycles. So you're coming out.
Yeah.
Who knows? It could only be one of them, but if you're doing all of them, then maybe it could just be enough to get one lock, and that's sometimes all you need. Is just one lock.
Just one egg, fertile egg, and
one egg. Yeah, you've had locks. Bloody lizards.
Yep, but not from these.
No. Fingers crossed. Are the babies really pink, or do they come out different color?
No, the babies are yellow. Like this sandy yellow with black bands. I have pictures somewhere on my Instagram.
Yeah.
Somewhere far back. But they're actually yellowish, brownish yellow with black bands, and they change color as they grow.
That's cool. I like monitors that have a color change as they get older.
They don't look like the adults at all. You would think it's 2 different species if you see babies.
Like like Dumerals. They're just stupidly different. Well, they're the same, but they're just the heads. It's just so silly.
Yeah, here is the entire lizard that's differently colored as a baby for whatever reason. They probably blend in with the sand better as when they're small. They have this very like yellowish sandy color.
I will go through it on my phone. Probably not tonight, but tomorrow I'll flick through your Instagram and try and find them. That sounds cool.
I can find one later. I can send one to you if you can find them.
Yeah,
I actually have a picture somewhere where I'm actually holding one of them in my hand as it only has popped its heads out of the egg.
Madness. Arguably one of the rarest monitors in captivity, just in your hand like that.
I think it was the first one that hatched.
Dream living.
I saw them start. They started to hatch back then. They slit the eggs. Nothing came out, so I just went to a reptile show while they were hatching. And people thought it was like crazy that I went to a reptile show, but I was like, I can't do anything. I can do nothing but wait. I will not cut my eggs. I don't cut eggs.
Yeah.
So then when I came home, this head was out. So I had to take it and take a picture.
That's perfect.
It's like, I don't know if I ever get the opportunity again to hold like Griseus in the egg with only his head out.
Yeah, you got to take these moments as they come.
You have to, because I don't know if it ever will happen again. I don't know if I'll get lucky and breed them again.
It's mad that
I
you
will
have
try
it.
my best.
Yeah, that's all you can do. It's mad that you have. It's a shame that, I guess it's down to rarity, but it's a shame that, like you say, you don't have a sparring partner, because it would make life a lot
Yeah.
easier.
Hmm. Yeah, I can just bounce idea off people, and then you try to go with what sounds best.
Yeah, and just keep trying.
But but at least now the cages are upgraded. They have lights upgrade. Everything is upgraded. Then we'll see next year. They'll come out of hibernation around mid-March, so it should start like breeding maybe like mid-April, end of April.
And then the long wait. If you
then
eggs.
it's
The worst thing about keeping monitors, the 200 days.
Oh yeah, I can't remember how long time. I have everything written down. I have the size of the eggs written down, the weight, everything is on the other computer.
Nice. I started doing that with the mangroves, just because no one does it. So it's like,
I also wanted to do it with the Flavis, but I forget. I'm old. I forget. I even have a scale here next to the cages. I really have this 0.1 gram scale.
Yeah.
And I forget every time. I even can measure them. I have everything here. Only thing I don't have in the room yet is my microscope. Everything else is up here. And I forget it every time.
I try and film everything as it happens, so I can just put it on YouTube and then I can watch back on YouTube. Otherwise, I just forget. I'm the same. Like, I dug up my second clutch of Gilleni eggs ever. I temperature gun the first one. I wanted to temperature gun the second one because I wanted to see the differences and where they're laying and stuff. I was just too excited at eggs, and I was just like, "Oh wow, they're only just here." And then I was like, "Oh shit!" And I should have temperature gunned it then and there because otherwise it's not true. So I was like, "Oh, it's pointless temperature gunning it now." Bloody brain, forgetting everything.
I have wanted that again. Now I have had 6 clutches of Flavi eggs, and I have forgot it every single time.
Always, at this point now, you're like, "Oh, what's the point?"
Yeah, because now, but it's like I really wanted to know, because I know the last clutch was definitely nowhere near 30 degrees where she chose to lay them.
Yeah.
If the soil has been 24, 25, I actually don't think it was warmer than that.
That's interesting. That's interesting. That's what my main thing is, the temperature gunning, because that's what I find interesting.
Mm-hmm. That's why I want to do it, but I keep forgetting. I get so excited, there's eggs. Yeah. I still get excited from eggs, even after the downsizing.
Yeah, me too. The first clutch of Gilleni, I was literally like, "Oh my god!" Like, I've got it all on video as well. It's not on YouTube yet, but I'm literally like, "Oh my god, they're so big! They're bigger than I thought they'd be."
They are big.
Yeah, big.
They are really big for such a small lizard.
They're similar size to Aki eggs, I think.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, not
the
quite.
Gilleni and Story, they actually have same size. You can't really see a difference. But then when you go to Kingorum, it's like tiny eggs compared. Yeah, I used to breed the Kingorum as well. Before my downsizing, they also left in my downsizing, and then I kept Primordius.
Yeah.
At one point, it's the most bloody boring dwarf monitor I have ever owned.
Are they?
It's just they're like a tiny mangrove, They hide, and
then
you're lucky you see one, and they're basically just brownish, like dirt brown. No fun in them. Not for me either. Been there, done that. They're small. I don't bother anymore.
The Gilleni
is like
a winner.
Yeah, for me too. I love my Gillens. That's probably one of the dwarfs that I will always keep.
Yeah.
Tristis
really
will
enjoying
stop
them.
when the Tristis I will stop when the female one day is not here anymore. She deserves to die here. You know, she's 19 in like 1-2 months. But she's still
Yeah,
going strong, you know, she's eating well and she's active and everything.
No signs of slowing down yet?
Not at all. But she don't lay eggs. She hasn't laid eggs for like 4 years, I think.
This is an interesting question, what your opinion is. So humans are born with a certain number of eggs, follicle eggs, whatever, egg follicles, and after X amount of periods, they no longer have eggs. And then hence menopause, and you run out of eggs. This anymore. I just woke up. I've been here the whole time with AirPods on. I appreciate the view. But yes, obviously, adult fucking hell. Women have a certain amount of eggs. After the eggs pass, that's it. Do you think monitors are the same? Do you think they only have a certain amount of follicles? Once those follicles are gone and those number of eggs are laid, they're gone? Or do you reckon they continue producing until a certain age and then they stop?
I think they're probably like women. I think they have a certain amount. I know I have friends that have bred like monitors at a like higher age that hasn't really been bred when they were younger. I have a friend, his last clutch, the female was 14.
Damn.
But hasn't really been bred her whole life. She laid perfect clutch as 14. So I think that they have them. And that's why often if you see like people with eggs, you know, sometimes they try to push the maximum amount of eggs or clutches a year. It won't continue for very long, 6-7 years.
Yeah.
Then suddenly they don't give much eggs anymore. So I think they only have like this whatever amount.
Yeah, I thought the same. It's just interesting to hear people's thoughts on it. Because my Aki will probably stop breeding next year because the amount of eggs she gives me, and I don't want her to. I really try, and I'm like, right, you're not getting fed at all. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna have eggs anyway. I'm like, well, now I have to feed you because I can't let you have a cycle about like, you know, like I've tried not feeding them, I've tried cooling them, I've tried splitting the male out. She just lays slugs. She's just an egg machine, and I'm like, oh. So she'll, to be honest, I don't care. The sooner she stops for me, the better, because it's just too much stress and pressure on her body. So the sooner she stops, the better. But yeah, that is pretty much what I thought the same. I don't know for fact, but I did think that they'd have a certain number. Some will have more, some will have less, and once they've had all their eggs, they won't lay anymore.
I think so. That's why my friend could breed this like 14-year-old lizard, you know? She hadn't laid eggs before.
Here we go, look at this. Officially the longest podcast. 4 hours, 2 minutes and 44 seconds, everybody.
Seems good to be a night worker.
So, I think it's safe to say that you've enjoyed yourself.
Definitely.
See? I told you, my friend.
You see, I'm not so active on... You did.
Everyone loves the podcast.
You see, I'm not active on social media much, you know. I don't really talk with a lot of people. I have a few people I talk with the reptiles, and that's it. Of course, if people send a message, I will talk with them, whatever they ask.
Yeah.
But I used to be active on Facebook, but after the downsize, I really also didn't bother much with Facebook. I'll post a picture here and there randomly. But it's mainly just Instagram now.
Same as me. I'm on Facebook. I don't use it. Also, just speaking of Facebook, Amy, if you are here, I've replied to your YouTube comments several times, and apparently it doesn't post. So either get Instagram and message me so I can voice note you, or find me on Facebook as Paul Burrows, the picture of me and Mango, and then add me on Facebook so I can voice note you, because typing on YouTube breaks my soul. Anyway, yeah, I remember when I started the podcast, I just sat talking to myself, and it was very much like, "Hi guys, today I want to talk to you about how I care for my Ackie monitors." And now it's like calling everyone, I'm not going to say the C word, calling everyone dickheads and shit and just making a laugh and a joke. But it's because I've done it and I've sort of got used to it. And I remember the first podcast I did, which was with Will, I was like, oh my God. And both of us were like nobodies. And I was like, oh my God, like 6 people might see this. So I fully get it. And when you actually get there and you just start talking about monitors, you're like, oh, nothing really matters, because it's really fun to talk about monitors, because I don't really get to talk about monitors with other people. So you just talk and talk, and before you know it, 4 hours and 5 minutes have gone by.
Seems like it.
Well, we are going to start wrapping up, because I'll be completely honest with you, my friend. I want to go to bed.
Me too. Me too. I have kids waking up in like 5-6 hours.
Yeah, I've been awake for...
And you know, they won't let me sleep.
No, because kids are bastards.
No. Yeah, especially young ones.
Yeah, I watched your video the other day, Pure Gold. Maybe I should delete that shit. Just look how far I've come. I'm a man now. Before we wrap up, is there anything you would like to ask me? You can say no. There doesn't have to be a question.
I actually don't know. I normally just shoot you an Instagram message if I have a question. Yeah.
Okay, wrap up questions it is then.
But I do enjoy that we have talked so much about the lightning lately.
Yeah, no, for sure. 100%. I love our conversations that we have. Like I normally do the gaslighting at the end of the podcast, but we can do it now. I have sort of watched from afar your journey in bits and bobs, and I've seen it through social media unravel, and I've always thought, oh, like, what a man, like having the balls, because I remember the long post. I don't remember exactly what you said, but I remember seeing the long post about downsizing and stuff like that, and I've always had that ideology in the back of my brain, and seeing that and then ended up sort of becoming somebody myself, and on social media at least, and then getting to reach out to people and having a platform where I can talk to people. And it doesn't matter about my followers, I'm just saying I wasn't on social media and I didn't talk to people, so having a platform is now giving me access to talk to people. And then talking to yourself, I don't remember how we started speaking, to be completely honest. I don't know if you remember.
No, it was on Instagram, definitely.
But I don't remember what started the conversation, and we speak too much for me to go back to the start.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost daily.
Yes, it is. But I enjoy it. I really do. And I think a lot of us reptile people that don't have reptile friends in an immediate circle, we crave that. Like for me, I was very much leaning on Fee to be like, oh wow, look what these lizards are doing. And look, before social media, I was like, look what these lizards are doing. These lizards are doing this. And she's like, I don't give a shit. She'll listen to me, but it's not the same. Like, what, you've seen this and oh, you've done that.
Yeah.
So I've just remembered completely out of nowhere, I haven't posted a reel today because we're now technically in tomorrow. So that's the first day I haven't posted a reel in like 360 days. Dun dun dun. It's Scandinavian goannas' fault, everybody. I'm joking. But yeah, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I had no like reptile friends, and I had no one to like lean on to talk and nerd about reptiles. So I went on social, I was talking to people on message, and then I was like, I just start the podcast. And I really enjoy our chats. Like I said in the podcast, I'm not the sort of person to say something if I don't mean it. I really enjoy that you're excited to upgrade your animals, and I really love how passionate you are for the less is more and the bigger enclosures, because I see you as a bit of like a mentor, like a role model. You know, I'm trying to follow in your footsteps in the sense of how you're going to benefit your animals, and trying to learn from other people's mistakes. But in this instance, don't buy loads of animals, that sort of mistake. I'm trying to follow those, and it's an absolute honor, mate, to like call you a friend and have you sort of in the corner to bounce ideas off, you know. And I only use you because you've bred mangroves. If you hadn't bred mangroves, I never would have spoken to you. But like I generally really do enjoy our conversations, and I'm very humbled that I get to speak to you like as a friend rather than just a hey mate, quick message. Like it's actually the relationship that we've built. I'm very proud of that I can be part of it, you know?
Yeah, me too. I really enjoy our talks. It's like from our first message, we're like, I feel like we kind of clicked, like we have known each other for like ever.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
And we
yeah.
just started like talking, like we always known each other.
Yeah.
You
Well,
just,
voice notes.
yeah, but you just don't get that, Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of those. But you don't click like that with everybody,
No,
Even
I
if you try,
agree.
some people you just don't click with it.
No, I
Like,
mean it
it
shows
can
that
be
when you've
hard
been
to
speaking
find.
4 hours and 10 minutes on this podcast, and I'll be completely honest, I was absolutely shattered when we started this podcast, and we're here 4 hours strong, and I'm still smiling. So that I think that speaks volumes.
Yeah,
So,
we'll have a follow up next summer with Griseus babies.
oh, for sure. Imagine that. Yeah, we're definitely, mate. Well, anytime you want to come on, seriously, I'd love to have you back. Like, there's so much I feel like we haven't tapped on because it's not a bad thing, but I think I might have to start like getting a script because we've touched on everything I want to touch on, but the podcast is very much like pull because ADHD. But I think people like it for that reason that it is a bit everywhere and it is just two guys having a good
Yeah.
time, laughing and joking about reptiles rather than
Mhm.
it's too serious. And I'm like, what temperature are you keeping? What? Like, obviously, we touch
Yeah.
on that sort of stuff, but it's not an interview; it's just a chat.
Hmm. Yeah,
And I think,
it can easily get like too serious. You get bored if people are too serious. I just sit there and talk almost like a textbook. You get bored.
yeah, for sure.
There are videos on YouTube where people really are like that. I can't watch them. I get bored. I really do.
Mm,
It
I know
has
what
to
you
have a
mean.
little fun, a little laughter. It doesn't have to be completely serious constantly.
Oh no, 100%. I think for the most part, having that underlying joking lightheartedness throughout it makes it rather than no matter what you're watching. If you're like you say, if you're watching someone that's going, they have a basking spot of 28.2 degree. Well, it's a cold basking spot. Jesus Christ, guys, don't cancel me. They have an ambient temperature of 28.2 degrees. But yeah, and again, I'm evolving and growing as a YouTuber, if we're calling me that, because I've only been doing it just over a year, and I'll be completely honest, I hate the sound of my own voice, believe it or not, because I voice note everybody, but I don't have to listen to them, so I don't care. It's because I'm dyslexic and I can't write. I hate it. So, Amy, I have seen your comment. Get on Instagram or Facebook, so then you can also feel the pain everyone else does, so I can voice note the shit out of you. But I can give you a lot more information that way, because typing, you don't get half the message, because I can't be bothered.
See,
But yeah,
I'm the opposite here.
yeah,
I never do voicemails.
yeah.
If you go
I
back
hate
to
it.
our entire conversation, there is not a single voicemail
No, I
from me.
know. I
I
remember
really
who was
don't
it?
like doing it.
I think it was Jonas. I taught Jonas how to voice note. I'm pretty sure it was Jonas. And I taught him how to voice note, and he was like, "Oh, is it that easy?" I was like, "Yeah." And he loves it now. Me and him voice note all the time, and he's like, "Oh, it's so much easier. I don't have to type because he's like English. He speaks English incredibly, but his English isn't his mother tongue. So typing in English as well is a bit of a nightmare. Again, he can do it amazingly. And this is his words, not mine. He does it better than I do, so I'm not criticizing. But he's like, "Oh, this is so much easier now. I can just voice note." And I'm like, slowly converting the world. Crocs, voice notes will take over. All right, soon come.
It's not
Before I
always
die.
easy, It's actually
No,
not always easy for us that don't have English as our native language. It's,
no, I
it's
can
hard
imagine.
sometimes to like twist your brain around to do English. I'm lucky we speak English here at home sometimes because of my wife.
Yeah,
Other than that, sometimes you really have to think. It's worse for me when I have to switch. If I have been speaking Danish and English and I have to switch to speaking German, then sometimes I really have to think a little about the words.
yeah.
But then if I have a little conversation with a German, then suddenly it rolls, then I can easily have a conversation in German. It's no problem. But it's like, if I don't use it for a while, I just have to have a little time to get into it again. And it's the
Yeah,
same people have with English, because we all have our own. See, I even have letters you don't have. My language, we have 3 letters. You don't even have them.
I
It's
don't even
like,
know the 26
so
we have.
we even have words you most likely wouldn't even be able to pronounce because these words you don't have.
No, I really struggle. I'm undiagnosed, so I don't want to throw it around, but I'm definitely dyslexic. I did a dyslexia test in school, and I passed it in the sense of I wasn't dyslexic by 1 point. So if I scored 1 point less, they would have classed me as dyslexic. So I didn't get the help I needed because of 1 stupid point. So I have to I don't envy people that speak multiple languages because I can barely speak one, but I really have to proper concentrate if I'm typing because everything just gets jumbled and I'm like, oh my god, talking fine, cool.
Yeah.
But when I come to typing, I'm like, oh, I'll be honest, it makes me feel really stupid that I can't do it. So then I just don't bother and I voice note. And when I start speaking to new people, I'll do 2 or 3 messages. I'll feel them out a little bit, and I'm like, right, really sorry, I'm a voice noter. That's how I start, everyone. But no, I do agree. You and I have hit it off very much, and I'm glad that we could proper kindle it over here because it's one thing just literally have a voice note, but this is almost like a different dynamic, and it strengthens it that little bit more, And everyone I've had a podcast with, I've felt a bit more connected to. But the fact that we had a connection before the podcast, it sort of just strengthens that a little bit more, and I'm sort of proud that this sort of happened.
Yeah, so it was nice, even though I had my doubts before we started this one.
I promised
As
it,
you
didn't
know,
I?
Yeah. But it worked out well, I think.
Well, we've still got the 2 wrap-up questions, so it can all go downhill yet.
Yeah, definitely.
So, what's the one piece of advice you would give to someone starting the reptile hobby?
Probably get the species you really want, Don't listen to everybody about beginner species. Get what you want. Is what I did, I started off with, I think the first I had was Timors and then black throats. If I had listened to everybody else, I should have started with Akis and a Savannah,
Yeah.
But it's like, I'm not interested in Savannas. Why should I start with them? Because there will be a starting pet, and when you have your experience, you will ship it off to someone else because it's actually not what you want.
Yeah.
Then instead, read what you can, find online what you can, speak to people. See, today we have social media. It's easy. You can go to Instagram or Facebook. You can type in the name of the lizard. You will find people that posted. Shoot them a message. Worst that can happen is they don't bother talking to her. Then you find another one. At some point, you will find somebody that wants to teach you whatever you want to know. You see, if somebody writes to me about, except Flavis, they really would like one, I might not recommend it because of their feeding response, mainly because they're so crazy when they're feeding. But if you get a baby Flavi, I don't see a problem if that's what you really, really want.
Exactly. If you've done your due diligence and you've done your research and you've done that little bit more, you can't just go, I want a Flavi, buy a Flavi. Because like I say, money with no experience is very dangerous. But spending the time, talking to people, talking to a breeder, one thing I will say to anyone listening to this, without sounding too much like a fucking knobhead, but I've said that one a lot in this podcast. Hashtag demonetization. Anyway, I had a lady message me recently, and she asked me to teach her how to care for a tree monitor from start to finish. Of course, I am happy to help, but I'll be 100% honest. I do not have the time to tell you every single subtle nuance that there is to keeping Prioritising. I'm happy to pad out the information that you've already found out. Oh, I've read that they like about 110 degree basking spot. Oh, I have mine at 115. I've read that they like the humidity about 65. Yeah, 65, 70% is roughly what I have. Rather than me type out, or I just don't have the time for that. I'm not saying I'm not willing to help you, but I don't have the time to give you a care guide on a Prioritising.
Yeah.
If you can send me the message, rather than just going, tell me how to care for a Prioritising, if you can send me a message with all the care for a Prioritising, shows me that you are willing and not, I'm not just going to put in a load of work for nothing. Because the amount of people that I've had message me, I give them all the information. They don't even say thank you. Never see them ever again.
Yeah.
So I 100% agree with you. I'm not discrediting you at all. But what I will say to people messaging breeders, keepers, don't just go how to lizard. Just be like, hey, I've seen that you keep Flavies. I absolutely adore Flavies. I've seen that they're similar to Panoptes. Is the care similar to Panoptes? Because I haven't seen much on Flavies. And then you can start looking into Panoptes care and then adjust it slightly rather than expect people to give you the world. Because I don't want to be rude and go, fuck off. But that's how I feel. So
people have to do their own research. If you really want a species, you have to do your own research. I know Google sometimes will tell you 5 different things.
Yeah.
But at least then you have these 5 things, and then you find somebody with experience. You can ask them, is this and this true? Yeah, you have to do your own research. It's the same when people ask me about Fidgis. I'll get the question, how do we keep them? How should I keep them? And I'm like, I'm not typing up because I have like 20 pages website with how to keep Fiji iguanas. I'm not going to I'll just send you a link to my website.
Yeah.
Then they get that. They can read that. Then you can come back and ask questions.
Yeah.
Hopefully, at some point, I'll have it with the remaining monitor lists I have. I'm trying to build them into the website as well, but it takes time.
I will not tonight, but I will get your website off you tomorrow, and I will put the link in the description. Your link for your Instagram's in the description, but I will put your website in the description. I didn't realize you had one, if I'm honest. But I will make sure that's in the description. But yeah, I have had someone message me. Oh, what did they say? They were like, I generally forget, but it was something like along the lines of, can you teach me how to care for a mangrove monitor or something like that? And I was just like, watch this video, which is my how to set up a baby mangrove. I was like, this is a bare minimum. Watch this, come back with information. They came back and they said, right, okay, what UVI do I want and what basking temperature do I want? And so I sent the video again and said, watch the video, come back if you need any more information. And they come back and they were like, that's another question. I was like, it's all literally everything you're asking me is in this video. And then eventually they didn't message me back, but I'm like, at least come to me with a question that's not in the video, and then I can be like, oh, okay, yeah, you've watched the video, good question, rather than just being like, it's in the video. If you can't be bothered to watch a 10-minute video that I've spent 2 hours to make, then I can't be bothered to spend 2 hours telling you how to care for a mangrove. So it's give and take.
Yeah,
but I agree though. I do agree 100%. No, go on.
But if people don't bother, spending 10 minutes, then you also don't really want it. You're not passionate. If you don't want to spend a little time researching, you're not passionate. Then you just want it because you think it looks nice or whatever. You're not really passionate. Yeah. You would wonder how much time I spent before Facebook times when I got the first Griseus. It was like, and then I had to go to like Google Scholar to get like the scientific studies and stuff, and I read page up and page down and trying to figure out what to do. And I didn't even know they needed hibernation because there's not really any care sheets. So they will probably them and Flavis will probably be the main next projects for my website. That would be those two, I think.
Yeah, it'd be good to get some stuff out there. It's so the problem is, like, as someone who's been on both sides, so Like, I've got numbers to my name now. I don't like being like this guy. You're not humble if you say that you're humble, but I try to be humble. But then me saying that doesn't make me humble. So I'm fully aware of that. But I've got some numbers to my name now, and I do get a lot of messages. Before I had numbers to my name, I would message people. Some people were incredibly polite. Some people were incredibly rude. I'd be like, fucking hell, this person didn't give me the time of day, this, that, and the other. Now I'm on the other side, and I realize how busy people are. Just be patient with people. Think out your questions really well, rather than just going, how do I care for a mangrove? Because I still reply to everybody. A day will come where I don't have time to reply to everybody, but I still do at the moment. I'm going to pick the person that says, hey man, I've seen you keep mangroves. I've done some research. I've seen that they need to be kept like this, and this. Can you give me any tips? Over, how do I care for a mangrove? And it's just one of those things, that a little bit more effort that's taking you 2 minutes. I'll give you the world. But at the minute, I can still give everyone my time, but there will become a day where I can't, or at least I can't go into as much detail as I'd like. That's why I voice note, so I can talk to people whilst I'm doing stuff. But yeah, just that little caveat out of the way, because I think it is important, because I think a lot of people do take social media for granted, because one, it is there on a plate, and they just assume it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. But there are people at the end of the phone, and they taking time out of their day to tell you stuff that they've spent. Same as with mangroves, nowhere near as bad as Griseus. I'm not even going to try and pretend, but there wasn't much on mangroves when I got my mangrove. There's a couple of people I could reach out to. They didn't give me the time of day. I'll be completely honest. So I had to figure it out myself. And like, to my knowledge, no one's really doing it like I'm doing it, in the sense of like the reproduction of the eggs and really noticing it, like all those subtle differences in individual one female. Kai Fan in America is having some great success. Sometimes he's admitted himself it's more trial and error. I can't comment on multiple animals, because chances are these females that I'm going to raise up might be absolute bitches, and I won't be able to tell at all. But at least with me and Mango, like, I've really dialed her in. And that's just me spending time with my animal and trying to learn and picking out tiny little bits of information off the internet and throwing it to the wall and seeing what sticks. And I think people forget that sometimes people have spent years figuring this out, and they expect you to justify it in 2 minutes, and you're just like, I just can't do it. So yeah. All right, last question then. Any final questions, everyone? Drop them in now, because we've been going almost 4.5 hours, and your boy's been awake since 4:30. Whoop whoop. Last question. I rephrased this question a million different times. What's one piece of advice you would like to instill into your kids?
That's a deep one.
Yeah, normally it's like one piece of advice you'd like to leave the world. What would you like? One piece of advice before you die. It changes so many times, but just like one solid, good piece of advice.
I would probably tell them to do the best they can. And it doesn't matter if it's not as good as others. If they do the best they can, I will always be proud of them.
You can make me cry. I'm very tired. I get quite emotional there.
But it is, it's like,
I need to go
I will never expect them to be better than they can, If they like, and it's the same with educations. Now my oldest, he's like figuring out what he wants, and I always tell him, go by what you want. Get an education for whatever you want. Don't get an education because it's easy to get a job if it's not something you love doing. Get what you want to do in life. You might not end up working with it, but at least you have the education and you have the possibility. See, they're young. They have all the possibilities in life. It's like, do the best you can. I'll always, as long as I'm alive, I will do whatever I can to help them,
Would you like to be my dad?
Sure. I'll be your online father.
I'm getting a few. My father didn't have the same advice.
Actually, what I learned, I also learned that from my father, You see, my father, he's like 74. He still is like almost unhappy if I can do everything myself, because then he feels like I don't need him. So sometimes I kind of like have to ask for his help, even though I can do it myself. Because then he feels he's still important, you know?
Yeah, my dad went the opposite route and went, you should become an electrician because you'll make loads of money and you'll be happy. I'm here miserable and depressed. Paul's got 2 dads now. I do. Well, technically I've got 3 because I've got my real dad, then I've got Will's dad. Now we've got Mr. Scandinavian goannas. Paul is officially adopted face blue, smiling, face blue, smiling, face blue, smiling. Paul's crying. Paul needs to go to bed. Paul's actually crying. That was I'm gonna get choked thinking about it because it's a sore point for
That
me.
was almost 4.5 hours.
It'd be 4.5 hours time while we're done because we literally got 10 seconds time while I wrap this up because we ain't out yet.
5.
But counting down 4.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen, my longest podcast ever on my little amount of sleep. Rock out. Yeah, thank you, mate. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm go to bed, kiddo. I need to go to bed. I've got to be up at like 5.5 hours as well. Whoop whoop. Thank you very much for coming on. I'll be honest, I wanted my podcast to run for about 3 hours, and here we are at 4.5 hours, and I don't want to end it, but I'm going to because I need to go to sleep. So we're gonna definitely get you back on. Yeah, we're gonna get you back on for a round 2, because your kids won't let you, even though you've got solid advice, your kids won't let you sleep, and my job won't
definitely
let me not go to work. So yeah, man, I'm honestly, I've got a moth flying around in here now, but I've actually loved this. There's been a few moments in it that I found myself like, and like I said to you earlier in the podcast, but I found myself like deep in thought, like almost probably because I'm tired, but I'm like, is this actually fucking like happening in the sense of these ideas coming in my head in the sense of like upgrading and less animals is more? Because the more I talk about it, the more I'm like reiterating it. And like I say, I have sort of seen you as a bit of a role model, mentor. So sort of hearing you talk about it openly and the advantages of it, the more I'm like, oh fuck, like, I need to do better. And I thank you for that. I applaud you for that. I'm very grateful that you came on because I know you were a little bit apprehensive, and hopefully I've delivered on my promise that it wasn't too bad.
Definitely. I enjoyed it.
I told you would. Everyone does. Everyone's really nervous, and then they come on, and then they're like, "Oh, that was great! Like, can we come back on?" My mate Matt, he was like, "Oh, I don't want to come on. I'm shitting it." He came on, and now he's like, "Oh, if you ever need someone just for a filler, like, I'll come on whenever you want." I'm like, people, it's like, I think the idea of talking to the internet is scary, and obviously that's what we've done. But when you're doing it, the reality is you're just talking to each other, and that's it.
Yeah.
But yeah, great guest. He has been a great guest. I've been really excited to get you on.
Next time we'll do a bit in German.
I
assume Baum is German.
Yeah, he's a tree. I speak that, and I say that.
Yeah, so we can do a little in German for him next time.
Do I speak
when I'm not so
German?
tired?
I've got Guten Tag. I've got that in the locker.
I can do more than that. I can actually have a conversation easily.
I don't know what he's saying now. You got to help me out. Richtig.
That's right.
That means right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it means
why
like you're right.
Why are you adding all the extra letters, Bam? You're making it confusing for everybody. Good shit, guys. Thank you all for tuning in with us. I know this has been a very long one, but I have loved it. So I hope that you've all loved it as well. Any final farewells, goodbyes, Mr. Scandinavian goannas, before we end this?
Well, we can say my Instagram is always open if anybody needs to chat. Anybody has questions about what I keep, my Instagram, they can always shoot me a message.
You're going to get a few sales of Flavies after this now.
Yeah, sadly, most of them are already reserved.
Everyone's going to have to wait until 2024.
Something like that, unless I get maybe one clutch to hurt the guy earlier. He was like a little little in love with the little female.
I haven't got space. I wish I did. I'd be in your DMs, but after you've shot yourself in the foot, because I would have brought one off you, but now I've learned that less is more, so I can't get one. So it's your fault that I want one and I can't get one all in the same
kind
time.
of true, yeah.
Yeah.
But you would be much happier with lesser. You see, it's so much more enjoyable for me.
I'm enjoying. I've downsized. I've lost 1, 2, 3 animals thus far. My Kims go at the end of August. I've got my little Aki's going in 6 weeks, so that'd be 5 animals, and then my Savannah's going to go eventually. So I'm losing 6 animals, but that's quite a lot of upkeep care, and so it'd be that'd be a better. So then that will leave me with still a lot of animals. It will leave me. Oh, and a female Gilleni's going as well because she's a bitch and she keeps trying to kill my other 2. So it leaves me with 3 Gilleni rather than 4. Leaves me with 2 tree monitors, which is a pair, so 1 enclosure just to deal with eventually. Leaves me my peach rote, my 6 mangroves, my pair of Akis, and my bearded dragon. I think that's all I have then. I say all, but a lot of that's very similar care. The peach rote, the mangroves, the tree monitors, very similar care. Akis, Gilleni, similar care. Bearded dragon, similar care. So it's very much simplistic. So hopefully,
it's the same. It's the same here.
Yeah, it's
mine is also. See, that's why I kind of like let go of the mangroves, because they were so different to the others.
Yeah.
So it's like now I have only like more or less these arid species left, so I can like keep them. There's lesser. I expanded bigger cages. Now we are playing with lights. So maybe end of the year it will all be different again.
It's exciting times. But like I say, you are always more than welcome back on. Now that you know you're officially a good podcaster, because we're nearly at 4 hours and 40 minutes. We're like Joe Rogan up in this bitch. Fucking 6-hour podcasts. But yeah, on that cheery note, thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, Mr. Scandinavian Goannas. Thank you, Stepdad, too.
More than welcome.
Link
Does that mean I have to send you presents and stuff?
No, you don't have to worry. Yeah, I'm used to not getting anything for birthdays and Christmas. World's smallest violin.
Never say never.
Never say never. Fee did get me a tree monitor for my birthday last year, so I can't complain. That's a pretty good present.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, she's a good girl. She's definitely asleep because she's not appeared, so I can say that I love her. She's a pretty good girl, but she'll never know because she'll never watch this back. Awesome podcast as always. Thank you both. Get some sleep, Paul. Paul needs some sleep. Honestly, my child has been a right little savage in the sense of waking up at 4:30 Saturday and Sunday, and then I've decided to be an idiot and talk for 4 hours and 40 minutes about lizards on the internet. But here we are nonetheless. I am going to end it now because otherwise I'm going to keep talking around in circles. Thank you very much for coming on. Links are in the description. I will get your website off you. Anyone that's interested in what Mr. Scandinavian Goannas does, Instagram, please check him out. Tell him that I sent you. You've seen some of the Instagram. Just go and look at the Flavies, especially when they make love to my voice. Now they've got 4 hours and 40 minutes of content. Anyway, I'm just going to end this. Thank you very much for tuning in. I'll catch you all in the next podcast.